recipe at this point. Now, Alonzo Quinones gets riding on number 2, She's My Warrior, and she didn't exactly spurt away. She's on easy street, still in it. Likewise for Speedy Enough, football field to go. She's My Warrior, toying with them. She's My Warrior, 6-5 favorite, 3-2-4-7, race 1. And their racing came out well. Man U in search of that first turf victory. The rider looking to sweep the double, out pop the field. But College Party runs away by 1 from Rock Tis Way. After that, Royal Privacy attempting to win 3 in a row. Scooting through on the inside of Man U. Outside of that, Fair Challenge in the turf debut. And then it's game loading, 7 from the lead. They're chasing College Party, and College Party is handheld, leading by 2. Rock Tis Way working hard to keep up with that College Party. And now Royal Privacy angles to the outside, 4 in arrears, trying to win 3 in a row. And Man U is attempting to re-engage. It is College Party still clear. Royal Privacy finishing quickly, but not fast enough to catch this party. It's a College Party in the winner's circle. 2-1 in a photo. And they're racing. That hot favorite was off in second last and just had to check, talking about Love the Nest, second last. Meanwhile, Dr. Oscar looks to operate on the lead, and the good doctor has speed. Dr. Oscar 2. After that, Minnesota Red comes ramming through to the inside of Silent Sailor, and now Love the Nest finds the feet and is up to 5th, 4th, 3rd, and is a joint lead on the outside, circumnavigating this favored Love the Nest, debuting with blinkers. Outside of that is North Arm Bay, just to the outside of Bootleg and Posse. Then we come way back to New, and in last is Magic Revolution. It is Love the Nest trying to run down Dr. Oscar with a football field to go, but Oscar is tough and Love the Nest had some trouble. So we have an upset to begin the pick 5. 2-5-8 in race 3. And they're racing. Bankroll Ben got pinched out of the gate, went back to last. Bankroll Ben. Full Bridled Phantom is the one to get the lead, and the pace is incredibly slow early with 1 lap to go. Full Bridled Phantom, 7-5 favorite. In hand and in command by a head. The veteran Irish Major gallops alongside Full Bridled Phantom, and Sierra Hotel and Eckleberry 3rd, but a very close 3rd. That's the 6th, 3 wide. About 4 after that to My Boy Lollipop in the turf debut and new colors. Flip the Coin, Jan is next, 5th and 4 lengths out of it, and 7 to the good of Teddy Time. The veteran Minnesotan is 10 lengths from the front, and joined by a recovering Ben. Flashy Meister at 46-1 is in last, and Sierra Hotel makes a move on Full Bridled Phantom, who still leads. Full Bridled Phantom picked it up into the far turn, but the pace still is dawdling, and it's Sierra Hotel and Full Bridled Phantom slugging it out. Irish Major watches from 3 lengths in arrears. After that, it's My Boy Lollipop. Then it's Flip the Coin Jan and Teddy Time, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Full Bridled Phantom made an easy lead and eyeballed Sierra Hotel and put that one right in a motel, and Full Bridled Phantom is gone. 165 in race 4. They're racing. Close to Me wants to be close to the lead at 5-1. That's the gray on the inside. After that, we have Mick Goldie to the inside of Yankee Pride, and it's Emolga at 2-1 to run up and join the lead with Close to Me, and they open up a length and a half on Get One More. After that, Yankee Pride now 6 out of it, 2.5 clear from Everybody Does It. Then it's Kimberly Francis in last of a well-strung out field as they head up the barn side, and Kimberly Francis is 13 lengths from the lead, and we have a two-headed pace battle there in perfect harmony. Close to Me to the inside of Emolga. After that, Mick Goldie to the inside of Get One More as they reach the half-mile pole, which means this spot right here is the exact midway point of the 2021 Canterbury Park season, and Close to Me leads it by a neck. Emolga's to the outside. Then we come to Mick Goldie, still covered up by Get One More. Yankee Pride is 7 out of it, getting a great trip at 38-1 if good enough. Then the Yankees would win. After that, we have Everybody Does It overtaken by Kimberly Francis, who's flying 6-1. Kimberly Francis on the move, picking off runners one by one, and now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. It is Close to Me, and the rider Ruben Fuentes took a look over his shoulder and sees Kimberly Francis absolutely surging from 4th to 2nd to 3rd, trying to catch Close to Me. Outside of that is Mick Goldie, but Close to Me said, no, go ahead and fly from last all you want. You ain't going to beat me. Number one is number one. It's Close to Me in race 5. And they're racing. Bit of a slow beginning for Bayou Prospector, who started in last, but revs up now. That's the 9 to the outside. Samyaza trying to go back-to-back and do so at a fat price. Locks of Quincy Hamilton have Samyaza under a tight hold as they corner for the first time. And the bookender, Public Safety, is a speedy Minnesotan. And now 1-10 race out, 2.5 to the good of Go Speed Racer Go. Between them, JP Warrior. Outside of that, Bayou Prospector in the red, white, and blue. Then it's 2.5, 3 back to Doodle Time. And Gainer is the one at the rear, beginning to gain, and about 8 lengths from the front. Up the barn side they go, and it is Samyaza by a neck. In second is Public Safety, and Bayou Prospector is looming. So is JP Warrior to the inside of that 9. Go Speed Racer Go, 4 lengths from the front. Doodle Time being niggled at, and Gainer is last, but still just 7 lengths from front to back. And now they all begin to cut. And Samyaza has not been asked for run. Samyaza is a speedy one. And Samyaza, this colt at the top of the stretch, leads it by 2, maybe 3 from JP Warrior. After that, Bayou Prospector tired off the layoff. Doodle Time is angling to the outside of JP Warrior. And here comes the Warrior coming out to play. JP Warrior prevails. And they're racing, and Dark Solution sees the light out of the gate and immediately goes to the lead. Dark Solution at 10-1, trying to end this Tuesday with an upset. That one is joined by Feeding Frenzy at 7-5, and the pace is fast. 6, 7, and 8 rev up around that turn, and they are going quickly, specifically Dark Solution. After that, it is Mystifier. The trainer's trying to go back-to-back, and Mystifier is about 2, maybe 3 lengths from the lead and beginning to advance from his motto was a mutta. Then it's Macho Rapido at 21-1. Macho Rapido, the gray to the inside, advancing. Pace fast early, beginning to slow down into the far turn. After that, we come back to Sir Bomb Bon. Then it was the Devil's Idea. The Devil appropriately in last. And after that, we have Pirate Bird looking to spread wings and fly into the winner's circle at 20-1. And they've come to the top of the Canterbury Park stretch, and now they're roaring down said stretch, and it's Dark Solution still in front. It's Dark Solution and Feeding Frenzies to the inside. Outside of that, Mystifier. Here's Mystifier at 4.5-1, and Feeding Frenzies looking to eat. Dark Solution resurgent, but Mystifier mystifying. Yeah, I know where they go. Excellent beginning for Bring Back My Vodka, then made a right turn. Inside of that, Cuervo on rocks, and to the outside is Tommy Guns, who's firing. We're down to 1 and 6, coming to the wire together. Tight photo, 6 and 1 all in all. And did he go? Good start for all 5. And from the center, Girl Like You is there with Chick Fabulous Corona. Inside is Lotta Bow. And 2 and 3 to the line together. Another tight one. That did he go? Tough beginning for Johnny B. Started in last. DB Quicksam flying from the one spot between them. Favorite Grandma outside of that. Moon in the class. And My Owner's Broke is the pretty white horse carrying the win. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to HOF Day at CBY. 12 races, bunch of stakes races. The main track currently sloppy. Turf races to the main track. Predictably, program alterations, and here they are. Race number 2, the Francis Genter Stakes for 50 grand. Scratch number 5, Rosy Cheeks. Race 2, scratch 5, Rosy Cheeks. No trifecta or show wagering in race 2. The third race begins the Canterbury Park Pick 6. We carry nearly $6,000. And in this one off the turf, scratch 9, Winager. Race number 4 begins the 50-cent Pick 5. Scratch 6, Vix Vision. Race 4, scratch 6, Vix Vision. Vic Myers came up clean. Race 6, the Ralph Strangis Stakes. Off turf, distance now 1 mile. Race 6, off turf, distance 1 mile. Take note of that. Scratch number 6, Happy Hour Cowboy. Race 6, scratch 6, Happy Hour Cowboy. The 7th race off the turf, also at 1 mile. Race 7, main track, distance 1 mile. Scratch numbers 1, Defend the Rose, and 3, Shabam. Race 7, main track, 1 mile, scratch 1 and 3. And in the 8th race off the turf, distance fine. Scratch 3, No Mo Hooch. 4, Demigod. 9, Master Guns. And 10, Riding the Train. That's the 8th race. Scratch numbers 3, 4, 9, and 10 off turf. Rider change in the 9th. Number 2, Cowboy Alex, picked up by Edwin Escobedo. Race 9, scratch, make that number 2, Cowboy Alex, picked up by Edwin Escobedo. 10 and 11 are clean. In the 12th race, number 5, Anthropology, to be ridden by L.A. Valenzuela. Luis Valenzuela picks up number 5, Anthropology, in race 12. HOF kind of day at Canterbury Park. Welcome to the races. Hey, welcome to Canterbury Park. It's your announcer, Paul Allen, on an HOF kind of day. It's CBY. What a wonderful, wonderful evening we have planned with the Hall of Fame inductions for 2021 taking place Saturday. We are celebrating HOFs from days gone by and the Hall of Famers that will head into the Canterbury Hall of Fame Saturday. And we have a wonderful, wonderful array of stakes racing for you this evening. Now, main track came up sloppy. Turf races have gone to the main track, and there aren't a ton of scratches. Generally, there are more. A lot of purse money at stake, and with these races, the Victor S. Myers, the Francis Genter Early with Star of the North, some very talented Minnesotans, like, for instance, AP is Loose, owned by Joel Zamzow. That horse goes into the Canterbury Hall of Fame on Saturday, and one of the more prominent and popular horses in the history of this racetrack. What we are seeing today is the new breed of horses who will become popular, like AP is Loose. Mr. Jägermeister could be one of them. Ready to Run Away, Star of the North, the Alligator Hunter, and so on. It's a very, very special day at Canterbury. We thank you for joining us on track or online as we bring in Jeff Madej from the Dark Star Press Box. The Alligator Hunter in the Victor S. Myers. Do you like that one? And if so, how much? And the HOFs this weekend. What's going on through your mind? And good afternoon.
Hey, Paul. Thank you. And of course, Paul Allen, a Hall of Famer himself. And this is a special night here as we talk about some of the Hall of Fame connections and those that are going into the class of 2021, including AP's Loose, Honey Sox Appeal, Mary Green, and Steve and Dorothy Urban. We'll have interviews with each of those people and the owners of the two horses as well throughout the evening. So it's a cool night for those of you involved in enjoying the history of racing, but also seeing the horses that Paul mentioned, like Mr. Jägermeister, the all-time leading Minnesota-bred money earner in the history of racing. Hot Shot Kid as well. These are future Hall of Fame horses here. We're going to get to see them run tonight. And you've got Hall of Fame trainers like Mac Robertson, David Van Winkle, Brunel Roan, Hall of Fame rider Dean Butler. So there's a lot of things tonight that tie to the history of Canterbury. You look at the people that are going in, Mary Green and the Urbans. They go back to the 1970s in horse racing in Minnesota, long before Canterbury Downs even opened in 1985. So the history involved here is great. It's tremendous. And when we look around this facility today and when you're at Canterbury Park, enjoy it, because without people like the Mary Greens and Steve Urbans, there wouldn't be a racetrack here in Minnesota. They fought hard to get racing, to get parimutuel racing through the legislature and to build a beautiful facility like this. So it's an honor to be here, to be able to talk with them and to celebrate what's going to be a very special occasion as they're inducted into the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame as the class of 2021. Great night of racing itself here. We are off the turf. The track is sloppy, but as Paul mentioned, we've got 4 thoroughbred stakes. We've got one quarter horse derby as well. And the Alligator Hunter on a sloppy track, why wouldn't that be a winner? But you look at the competition in that Victor S. Myers, the 5th race tonight, and you've got Bayou Benny, who debuted as a favorite. The word was out Bayou Benny could run, and that's exactly what happened. The horse won easily in 109-3, and that's going to be a matchup, I think, that's going to lead on to the Minnesota Derby when we get to August. Same thing in the Francis Genter today. We've got 2 really nice fillies that are going to be running that one of them is going to win tonight, I would guess, if you look at the past performances, but then they're going to stretch out when they get to the Minnesota Oaks for $100,000. Tonight is a super special night. We're happy to have you here. We've got a nice pick 6 carryover of nearly $6,000. That begins in race number 3, and our 50-cent pick 5 with a 10% takeout. That begins in race 4. We'll be back with a look at race 1 shortly. Let's get things started here with the opener. Race number 1, just 10 minutes away. There's a look at number 1, My Dominator. Every horse in this race, and there's 7 in the field, all looking for their second career win. Valenzuela rides for Bruce Reek, and this is a class dropper, switching from turf to this sloppy main track. But the race before last, which was on the turf, the race before last was a sloppy track as well. Got beat by 18 lengths. Got a feeling you're going to get a big price here on this Reek in charge at 15-1. Star Mission, the 2, trained by Perry Wolf, is 8-1 right now. This one last year had been racing at places like Gulfstream Park, at Keeneland, at Churchill Downs. Then it dipped in class down to the $10,000 level at Turfway. The new owners dipped in and claimed it, and it wins that day. So now off of a layoff, facing winners for the first time. Tough task here, but Leslie Mowling aboard, and he had a great day last Sunday in front of an extreme day race crowd when he won 2 races. The 3 is Soviet. Tim Padilla and Alonso Quinones team up, and that's something you want to note because Tim Padilla having a great meet. He's got 15, 16 wins. 13 of those wins have come when Alonso Quinones is aboard. This horse shifts from the turf to the dirt, has the stamina to get the distance, and also drops in class. Number 4 is my top pick. It's Paul Allen's top pick. It's Stone Secret at 2-1 on the board right now. Izzy Hernandez for Tony Ringsdorf switches from the turf to the dirt. 2 races back on a fast dirt course, ran a race that would win tonight if that could be replicated over the slop. My top pick here with the class dropper, Stone Secret. The 5, Go for a Ride, also 2-1. Rye Eccleberry, one of our top riders here, rides for Martinez. Another horse shifting from the turf to the sloppy track here, has wins at distances, or has 1 win at a distance here. I think this horse can sit a nice trip. We know we're going to get a persistent ride from Rye Eccleberry, hence that short price of 2-1. The 6 horse is Own the Town for Chris Richard. This one claimed last time from $5,000 out of a win, came from the Lothenbach Burnt Connections here. So now, even though that win came, and it was a brisk win, a pretty nice effort, came at a mile distance. Now facing winners for the first time is never an easy task, and Own the Town is 10-1, maybe a bit of an overlay on last year's one of last year's best trainers. The 7, Toil and Trouble, has been claimed 3 times in its career. This is the 7th career start. It has a win and a second. Heath Lawrence is the trainer. Another dropping in class. Was claimed for $16,000 out of a maiden win. Faced better last time. Now drops back down. Probably a class relief that it needs. And the 7, Toil and Trouble, in with a shot with our top rider, Lindy Wade, aboard at 3-1.
In 7 minutes, we will begin our 12-race card for Hall of Fame Day. We start over a sloppy main track. Remember, all of our races are off the turf today. Of course, the first was not scheduled for that anyway. We have a field of 7 and 5-2 co-favorites in Stone Secret and Go for a Ride. The first begins the 50-cent pick 4, the first of 3 today. In addition, you can bet 50-cent pick 3s, daily doubles, Win, place, and show wagers, exactas, trifectas, and 10-cent superfectas. Remember, those other pick fours begin in races 5 and 9. Our 10% takeout pick 5 will begin in the 4th, and the pick 6 with a carryover of 59.50 will begin in race number 3. It is Hall of Fame night. We're going to induct some very, very special people into the 2021 Hall of Fame class. Mary Green, the Urbans, Honey Sox Appeal, and AP is Loose, the feature stars of Hall of Fame night. But we have another star here in the winner's circle. It's time to award the Groom of the Week. That's coming up after the post parade.
Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the Canterbury Park Winner's Circle, each week it is an honor to recognize unsung heroes at Canterbury Park. And for more, and our Groom of the Week, here's Angela Herman.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, the grooms are an integral part of a trainer's stable. They take care of the horses day in and day out. And we have a very important member of the Tony Rengstorff barn down here. We congratulate Amanda Poston as the Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week. After leaving her job as a software engineer, Amanda reinvented her life in the way that made her happiest, working with horses. She spent the entire last winter in Hot Springs, Arkansas, learning how to gallop racehorses. She's working as a groom now, but still gallops for Tony when she can. When asked why she is so excited to be a part of Tony Rengstorff Barn, she said, "I just love the job. It's something I enjoy doing even on the worst, hottest, most humid, awful day. It's still better than the best day of software engineering." Congratulations to Amanda Poston for being the very deserving Minnesota HBPA Groom of the Week. Thanks, you guys. Congratulations. In 3 minutes, we'll begin race number 1, and that kicks off our first of 3 pick fours of the day. Kevin and Jeff have put their minds together to hopefully get you a winning ticket in the very first one, and Jeff's here to take you through it now.
Thanks, Ange. What's left of our minds, anyway? I was able to sit down with Kevin and talk about this pick 4. Kevin, of course, the purveyor of America's only hand-folded tip sheet known as the Gorg's Power Play, available every day on Track Level. We're going 4 deep in this first leg. We're using 3, 4, 5, and 7. So kind of the motos here, the obvious selections, the 4 favorites in this race. But we'll go deep, try to survive this first leg, and move on to that second race, which is the Francis Genter Stakes. We're just going to take the 2 favorites there, the Star of the North and Hell of the North in that race. Then we come to kind of a tricky single here. You look at race 3, it's moved from 5 furlongs on the turf to 5 furlongs on this sloppy track. There's a ton of speed in here, but there's one horse that seems like it could get that trip. That stalking trip is bred to run well on the slop. And that's Cynical Girl, the 8 horse. That's a single for us. And we go 3 deep to close things out. We'll use the 2, the 3, and the 4. It's a tight little ticket for $12, but it could pay hundreds, if not thousands, in the words of Kevin Gorg.
Ladies and gentlemen, specifically those of you here for summer school, a handicapping class being taught by handicapper Kevin Gorg, it begins at 6 o'clock, and the location is now the Paddock Conference Room. That's adjacent to the Cantina and Starbucks. Summer School, Paddock Gardens, by the Starbucks, 6 o'clock. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the first HOF day at CBY. Go for a Ride is 8-5, currently favored. Toil and Trouble, 5-2. My Dominator enters with assistance. LAV rejoining. To back, they would be Soviet, 3-1, and Toil and Trouble. Go for a Ride, now 7-5. On track, online. Thank you for watching and wagering on Canterbury. And here they are. And they're racing. Go for a Ride goes for the lead at 8-5 on this sloppy main track in Shakopee, and it is Go for a Ride handling the first turn with a plum and leading it by a length from Toil and Trouble, who's cutting into the margin. Soviet comes rushing up on the inside and to the inside of the class dropping Stone Secret. Then we come back to Own the Town, looking to win 2 in a row in new colors and in the clear, about 3 lengths from the lead and 5.5 to the good of Star Mission, looking to extend a winning streak and putting My Dominator in last. And with 5 furlongs to go, the pace is very fair. It is Go for a Ride and Echoberry tugging them along by a neck. Outside of that one, Toil and Trouble with the leading rider, now 1/2 length in arrears. Then it's Stone Secret tucked to the inside of Own the Town, and they're about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead off the far turn. After that, it is Soviet, now 5th and shaking up hard. My Dominator out of last, which now belongs to Star Mission. And as they splash to the top of the stretch, it still is Go for a Ride at 8-5. Go for a Ride still held together sweetly by Echoberry, who now gets busy. And Toil and Trouble continues to linger. And 5 and 7 separated by a neck. And here comes Toil and Trouble looking to run by Go for a Ride. These two with 150 to go. It is Go for a Ride still on the highway home. Go for a Ride took them for a ride right to the winner's circle, 5-7-3 in race 1. In the winner's circle, it is Go for a Ride and Rye Echoberry. This one is owned by Edward Fred Seppage Jr. and the winning trainer, Esteban Martinez. First payoffs, exacta, $13.80 for a buck. Trifecta paid 50 to 1 if you bet $1, and the 10-cent superfecta $8.56. The Francis Genter Stakes for 50 grand is about 22 minutes from now. Scratch number 4, Rosy Cheeks. We have no show or trifecta wagering in race number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the Canterbury Park Winner's Circle, we thank and recognize Colleen Marquard for her contributions, not only to the Minnesota Racing Commission, but her friendship and everything for all of us here at Canterbury for 26 years. Colleen, safe travels and congratulations. And they're racing. Go for a Ride goes for the lead at 8 to 5 on this sloppy main track in Shakopee. And it is Go for a Ride handling the first turn with a plum and leading it by a length from Toil and Trouble, who's cutting into the margin. Soviet comes rushing up on the inside and to the inside of the class dropping Stone Secret. Then we come back to Own the Town, looking to win 2 in a row in new colors and in the clear, about 3 lengths from the lead and 5.5 to the good of Star Mission, looking to extend a winning streak and putting My Dominator in last. And with 5 furlongs to go, the pace is very fair. It is Go for a Ride and Echoberry tugging them along by a neck. Outside of that one, Toil and Trouble with the leading rider, now 1/2 length in arrears. Then it's Stone Secret tucked to the inside of Own the Town, and they're about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead off the far turn. After that, it is Soviet now 5th and shaking up hard. My Dominator out of last, which now belongs to Star Mission. And as they splash to the top of the stretch, it still is Go for a Ride at 8 to 5. Go for a Ride still held together sweetly by Echoberry, who now gets busy. And Toil and Trouble continues to linger. And 5 and 7 separated by a neck. And here comes Toil and Trouble looking to run by Go for a Ride. These two with 150 to go. It is Go for a Ride still on the highway home. Go for a Ride took them for a ride right to the winner's circle, 5-7-3 in race 1. Yo, what's going on? It's your announcer, Paul Allen, in the Dark Star press box. We have a $50,000 stakes race coming up, the Frances Genter Stakes. Miss Frances Genter in the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame, and this is Hall of Fame Day at Canterbury. The first stakes race is short on numbers but long on ability, specifically with this girl. Her name is Star of the North, and holy cow is she fast. Star of the North is a 4-time stakes winner and has won 5 consecutive races. The jockey Rye Eccleberry trying to win the first 2 races on the card, and the only time Star of the North encountered a sloppy main track was in the $100,000 Northern Lights debutante. As a 2-year-old, and she only won that race by 4 and change. She's going to be a handful. Hell of the North also is talented. They're all talented, but as you can see by the wagering, Jeff Madej, 1-9, they're betting this race like it's over. Let's go to the paddock and handicap. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Paul. You're right. They are betting this race like it's over, and why not? Star of the North is 5 for 6 lifetime. She's won stakes races here at Canterbury. She's beaten the boys. She's won in Texas at Stakes Company as well. Now, you're going to see that she's going to exit the paddock here a little bit early. She'll leave before the other horses. She's a nervous type of filly, but when she gets on the racetrack, she becomes all business, and I think if she gets the front today, it's going to be tough to catch her. But we're going to see the 3 Hell of the North probably steaming after her. They hooked up last year in the 2-year-old, in the debutante, the top 2-year-old race for Minnesota-bred fillies, and that's what happened. That Star of the North got to the lead, and Hell of the North tried to catch her and could not. Same thing could happen here, but we've got a year of maturity now with Hell of the North, and oftentimes 2-year-olds will improve in their 3-year-old season. So these are horses that we're going to get to watch throughout the summer. The Minnesota Oaks is only a month and a week away when they go a longer distance, and that's when we're going to see them go longer. These 2 will be there. They're the top 2-year-old fillies in Minnesota right now. We also have 2 others in this race, and we shouldn't overlook them either. The 2 is Sailing Along. Francisco Bravo is the trainer, just like he is of number 1 Star of the North, who you can see exiting the paddock now with Rye Eccleberry aboard, looking for her 6th win. But Sailing Along is a winner of 2 races from 4 starts. Ruben Fuentes is the rider for Bravo. Last time out was a win. That was against Allowance Company. So, as I said, this horse has 2 wins, and they've come in the tracking fashion, can sit right off the pace. So you're not going to see this one challenge the leader at all. Probably be content to just sit back, wait, and then start charging. We talked about the 3 Hell of the North. Brunel Roan is the trainer. He's a Hall of Famer on Hall of Fame night. Scott Rake, the owner and the breeder. Hell of the North dam is Sky and Sea. Sky and Sea won this very race, the Frances Genter Stakes, in 2014. So we know the breeding is there. And by the way, Sky and Sea also went on to win the Minnesota Oaks that year. Hell of the North, well-bred, well-intended, looks fantastic here in the walking ring. And right now is 7-2. The 4 is Owen's Pleasure. Let's not overlook that one. Check out that owner, Pete Matson. All the guy does is win. He's one of our top owners at the Canterbury Park meet this summer so far, and Owen's Pleasure has been impressive in those victories. The 2 wins this season, Chad Lindsay was aboard. Neither time did it look like Owen's Pleasure was going to get there. She came from the back of the pack, had to get through some traffic, but came charging on to get that victory. So Owen's Pleasure, you're not going to see her involved early in the running, but to see her involved late as she tries to catch Star of the North. And Star of the North is your 1-9 favorite right now in the $50,000 Frances Genter Stakes. Horses will leave the paddock shortly. They'll make their way to the racetrack.
I don't blame you. I got mine ready. Not that I have to go anywhere, but if I do, I'm ready.
Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for the $50,000 Francis Genter Stakes, and here they are. Number 1 is Star of the North, Rye Eccleberry rides. The owner, Mike Grossman. The trainer, Francisco Bravo. Number 2 is Sailing Along. This one is ridden by Ruben Fuentes, also owned by Mike Grossman, and also trained by Francisco Bravo. Number 3, Hell of the North, and Dean Butler. Rake Farms starts this filly, and the trainer, Burnell Roan. Number 4 is Pete Matson's Owen's Pleasure, and Chad Lindsay in the irons. The trainer, David Van Winkle. It's the $50,000 Francis Genter Stakes, HOF Day at CBY.
The star-studded Francis Genter is up next. We'll take a look at how things are always changing in the trainer and jockey standings. Atomic Data brings us these leaderboards each day, and we have some things, of course, getting tossed up as far as the jockeys go, because Alonso Quinones won a couple yesterday. He's tightening things back up on Lindy Wade, who took the lead in the jockeys race last week. Rye Eccleberry continues to creep up on both of those, though. He's only 4 behind Alonso Quinones. A little bit of a gap between him and Alfredo Juarez in his first meetup here, but when you got 5 riders above 20, I mean, they are doing very, very well in spreading them around in there. There's no domination going on in the jockeys room. It's been a competitive one, especially lately. Alonso Quinones got out to an early lead, but Lindy Wade, again, ahead by 2. A lot of mounts for both of them in the next couple of days. Same thing, Mac Robertson, Robertino Diodoro, always in a battle, and they're tied up top right now in the trainer standings. Tony Ringstorff, though, the guy in third, is going to have the most runners today. He had horses entered in 5 races. Of course, things always change around when we do change surfaces, but Tony Ringstorff appears to have some horses that can handle a little bit of both, and he's got some firepower into the card. That's what we see in the Atomic Data leaderboards. Again, the tie atop the trainer standings, but the jockeys race is getting closer by the day, and we thank Atomic Data for their sponsorship of these leaderboards each day at Canterbury. We're 3 minutes away from the Francis Genter. You're still getting 1 to 5 on Star of the North. There's a lot of talent just to her outside, but all of the money headed to the way of Star of the North, looking to keep her record spotless this year. And we have now 3 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate, and it's post time for the $50,000 Francis Genter Stakes. Star of the North on TV monitors now, prohibitively favored as she moves in line for the 31st running of the Genter. First one in 1988, back in the Downs days by Metric Kettle. Ronnie Allen Jr., the rider. Defend the Rose, Novogratz, Conchari, and Mack won it last year. Last in, Owen's Pleasure. It's the 2021 Francis Genter Stakes. Racing. Swift beginnings for the quartet. Star of the North in search of 6 consecutive wins. Star of the North and Eccleberry glide to the early lead. Hell of the North looking to win 3 in a row. HOF Rider Runner back Dean Butler. Now 2 lengths behind the Star as in Star of the North. 5 behind that, Owen's Pleasure. And sailing along, catching an Aqueduct on the inside about 10 lengths from the front, and into the far turn they go, and it is Star of the North gliding along and owning it by 2. Hell of the North being niggled at by Butler, still 2. Make it 2.5, 3 lengths in arrears, and with a quarter of a mile to go, it's Star of the North, spotless cap to boot, and the 2 with North in the name now head south in search of the top part of a 50 grand prize. Meanwhile, Owen's Pleasure is chugging home fast on the outside. Star of the North puts 5 on Hell of the North, and Star of the North is a star on the rise at Canterbury Park. Star of the North, the Francis Genter champion. Number 1, Star of the North, first. 1-4-3-2 in the Genter. And race 2 is official. The third race about 23 minutes from now, off the turf. The distance is okay. The third race begins the Canterbury Park Pick 6. We have a carryover pool of $5,950. And in race 3, scratch number 9, Winager. Pick 6 wagering about 22 minutes from now. And racing at Canterbury Park is provided by Apollo's Atomic Data, College City Beverage, Continental Diamond, Grey Duck Vodka, Gallagher Benefit Services, iHeartRadio, Jim Beam, Quick Trip, Loeffler, the Minnesota Lottery, Pepsi, the Star Tribune, and Ed Underwood Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park welcomes one of our great owners, Mr. Barry Butzo, to the winner's circle. Uncle Barry is making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Francis Genter Stakes. And in the winner's enclosure, Star of the North and Rye Eccleberry. The winning owner, Mike Grossman, and the winning trainer, Francisco Bravo. Star of the North is a 3-year-old brown filly by The Hunk out of Always a Star. This talented filly was bred in Minnesota by Eureka Thoroughbred Farm. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to TV monitors or the winner's circle with the winning trainer, Francisco Bravo, here is Miss Angela Herman.
Well, I imagine you're quite used to this by now, every other part of this except maybe the phone ringing. But with a filly like this, obviously she has some quirks to her. What's your routine with her to get her to run as well as you do? I mean, obviously she's a little bit excitable, but how do you handle a horse like this with that much talent and that kind of a quirk to her?
Well, I think the big thing with her is to keep her busy. If you give her too much time off or you kind of give her a little break, she'll take advantage of you. She knows that she's special.
Well, special is the best word to describe her, but the Grossmans raise a lot of theirs. You know, they bring them right up from birth. And at what point do you think they knew this was going to be a star sort of horse when they named her Star of the North? Was she one that took to it right away? Did she take a little bit of time? Is she getting better with age? How has she developed with you?
When we started working her, and I would say after she worked a half a mile or 5/8, her first 5/8, she started showing that she was special. And I made a mistake the first time I run her, and I got her beat. And then we corrected that, and she's been undefeated since that. I take the blame for the first one.
Well, I think you've aced it ever since then. I mean, on a day where we're talking about Hall of Famers getting into the class, do you think this is the sort of material that gets into the Hall of Fame? She certainly looks like she's got the blueprint to get there.
Oh, without a doubt. You know, I truly believe that she's a gift from God because with a young stud, a mare that has not been really proven, and you get a horse like this, it's really a gift.
I hope you all enjoy the ride with her. She is taking you very far thus far, but the future is bright. Congratulations to you all.
Thank you. And remember, the horse makes the trainer. The trainer doesn't make the horse.
Well said. Star of the North adds another to her already impressive resume in the Francis Genter.
And they're racing racing. Swift beginnings for the quartet. Star of the North in search of 6 consecutive wins. Star of the North and Eckleberry glide to the early lead. Hell of the North looking to win 3 in a row. HOF Rider Runner back Dean Butler. Now 2 lengths behind the Star as in Star of the North. 5 behind that, Owen's Pleasure. And sailing along, catching an Aqueduct on the inside, about 10 lengths from the front, and into the far turn they go, and it is Star of the North gliding along and owning it by 2. Hell of the North being niggled at by Butler, still 2. Make it 2.5, 3 lengths in arrears, and with a quarter of a mile to go, it's Star of the North, spotless cap to boot, and the 2 with North in the name now head south in search of the top part of a 50 grand prize. Meanwhile, Owen's Pleasure is chugging home fast on the outside. Star of the North puts 5 on Hell of the North, and Star of the North is a star on the rise at Canterbury Park. Star of the North, the Francis Genter champion. It is Hall of Fame Day at Canterbury Park. Saturday night, we bring in 4 new members to the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame, including this one, a lady that I've known since the first day I arrived in Shakopee in 1995. Her name is Mary Green, and not only was she the executive assistant to President Randy Sampson, she had a lot to do with the implementation of parimutuel wagering in the state of Minnesota. Hall of Fame on Saturday night. You've been to a lot of the Hall of Fame inductions. I know it's very special to you. What can you add to that?
Well, I can add that it's very special, and it's very special because I'm one of the oldest ones, and I'm delighted because I've been around for so many years that I think I have a lot to offer and hopefully can answer questions about it.
Now, from Canterbury Downs and then the shutdown and then Canterbury Park with the Sampsons and Dale Shenian restarting horse racing in Minnesota, all of those years and seeing the family atmosphere at Canterbury and everything that's gone into it, what a fantastic career and what a fantastic life. You see it that way?
I absolutely do, and I was there way, way before we had racing here, and it made it an even larger thrill when we did finally got it after several years of trying and being told, oh, we'll never get it, and we got it, and it's been fabulous ever since.
So when Minnesota, with you and your constituents and the Sampsons and everybody, or back to the Downs days, or really in the mid-'80s, the implementation of parimutuel wagering, was there a lot of pushback, and like what went into that?
Actually, no. I think by the time it was put to a vote, everybody wanted it. So many people had been pushing for it, and when it finally happened, they voted for it, and it went through, and we were onward and upward.
Do you
I hired you.
do you in closing have a fondest memory or two from the decades you have poured your heart into this racetrack?
Oh, my goodness. Well, I poured my heart into it for many years. I wrote the first Breeders' Fund when we had our track had been approved, and I thought, you know what, we have to have a Breeders' Fund so that when these 2 and 3-year-olds that are 2 and 3 now will be running in 2 or 3 years, we'll have a Breeders' Fund. So I put together a committee, and we made a Breeders' Fund and wrote it all out, and it was excellent. It was well approved. So then I thought, oh, now we need a registry. Oh, dear. So I did a registry on my dining room table with my Royal Portable typewriter, and I still have the onion skin copies of it today.
Well, Mary, congratulations on now Saturday night and the induction into the Canterbury Hall of Fame. Mary Green is not only an instrumental member in the history of horse racing in Minnesota, you're a Hall of Fame person, and it's my pleasure to know you, and I can't wait to see Saturday night. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, my dear man.
Miss Mary Green, ladies and gentlemen, Hall of Fame Day at Canterbury Park, Hall of Fame night Saturday. This is a Hall of Fame individual right here. Angela Herman's going to handicap race number 3. Take a peek at that pick 6 coming up shortly.
The ladies for race number 3 are now on track. We're 7 minutes away from our third race of the night and the one that comes off the turf for the first time. We go 5 furlongs in this one on the main track, and we'll scratch Winager out of race number 3. A field of 8 remains with 5-2 co-favorites on the outside 2 posts. She Dialed Barreau and Cynical Girl. This starts off the dollar pick 6. Remember, that's just a 10% takeout pick 6, and we've got a carryover, a big one actually, of over $5,900 leading into this pick 6. The other wagering options are 50-cent pick 3s, dollar doubles, exactas, tries, and supers, and win, place, and show wagers. Remember, we're on the main track for today, which has been upgraded to muddy. Your now 2-1 solo favorite is Cynical Girl. The third race is sponsored by Bud Light Seltzer, and it's now 6 minutes away. If you're watching us from out of state, remember, our 10% takeout pick 6 is coming up this race, the pick 5 in the next. We'll have a ticket put together by some of the great minds upstairs, including, I'm sure, Kevin, Jeff, and some contributions from BA, the new father. But if you are here, we have different ways to get involved with contest play through our super satellites. Go up to Clubhouse Information. They can give you all the dope that you need to get into the super satellites that could lead you to a seat in the BC contest at the end of the summer. The Big Ten is the big one. We've also got satellites along the way, but all the info is up there or on our website, CanterburyPark.com. We're going to take a little while off racing coming up next week for Twin Cities Summer Jam. All the info, the lineups, all of that are on our website as well. That'll go on from the 22nd through the 24th. You can get all the information on how to get your tickets for the star-studded lineup for the Twin Cities Summer Jam. But the music doesn't stop there. We've got the Canterbury Park concert series coming up a little bit later this summer, too. Some cool artists in vogue, a lot of different ones, all coming to Canterbury Park. And you'll want to check out that lineup and see if you want to be involved with the Canterbury Concert Series. Again, all of the information, contests, concerts, tickets, and otherwise, all on CanterburyPark.com. That's all we got for right now. 5 minutes now until race number 3. They're warming up for this one, and your favorite remains Cynical Girl. Did I keep...
The runners are moving into the starting gate, and it is now post time. Post time for the third at Canterbury Park. Gotham City Queen and Cynical Girl, each 2-1. This one is courtesy of Bud Light Seltzer. What Now, My Love? And Kelsey Haar reuniting. One out. It is Cynical Girl. 8 in the gate. 5/8 on the main track. It's muddy, and here they are. They're racing. Cynical Girl popped beautifully from the outside. Shortly after the start, Faded Rose pinched back and faded back to last. Princesa del Sol with good speed, likewise for What Now, My Love? Gotham City Queen looking to rule over the field from the center. Also in that clump, Knight's Honor, Cynical Girl. Now She Dialed Barreau is widest of all, 6 wide. And She Dialed Barreau's making a move and doing so wide as What Now, My Love sucks out of it. Then we come to Lil Feathered Indian, and that one's far out of it and is about to be joined by Faded Rose. As they splash down the Canterbury Park stretch, they're chasing the Queen. It is Gotham City Queen, Cynical Girl to the outside, and even farther out is She Dialed Barreau. Into the final 125, Gotham City Queen, Cynical Girl, but the Queen gets the girl. It is Gotham City Queen in time. Number 6, Gotham City Queen, ran first. 6.834 in race 3, and it's official. First pick 3 today, $8 and change. Exacta $7, trifecta $50.60. It was chalk all odds. Paid $50 for 50 cents. Double $5 and change. The Superfecta, $37.21. Fourth race, Muddy Main Track, scratch 6, Vic's Vision. Into the winner's enclosure, Gotham City Queen and Chad Lindsay. The winning owners, Silva Racing, and the winning trainer and leader of the Thumbs Up Gang, it is Miguel Angel Silva. Gotham City Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the Canterbury Park Winner Circle, we welcome a dear friend of ours from the Dark Star Press Box, and also with the Minnesota Racing Commission, Miss Rebecca Rausch. We thank you for your service and everything you brought to Canterbury, but most of all, your heart. Thank you, Rebecca. Safe travels. They're racing. Cynical Girl popped beautifully from the outside. Shortly after the start, Faded Rose pinched back and faded back to last. Princessa del Sol with good speed, likewise for What Now, My Love? Gotham City Queen looking to rule over the field from the center. Also in that clump, Knight's Honor, Cynical Girl. Now she dialed Barreau is widest of all, 6 wide, and she dialed Barreau's making a move and doing so wide as What Now, My Love sucks out of it. Then we come to Lil Feathered Indian, and that one's far out of it and is about to be joined by Faded Rose. As they splash down the Canterbury Park stretch, they're chasing the Queen. It is Gotham City Queen, Cynical Girl to the outside, and even farther out is She Dialed Barreau. Into the final 125, Gotham City Queen, Cynical Girl, but the Queen gets the girl. It is Gotham City Queen in time. Ladies and gentlemen, when coming to Canterbury Park, make sure to buy your admission tickets online, save a couple of dollars. CanterburyPark.com. MVP members save extra based on their tier level. Once again, it is CanterburyPark.com. And also, if you're not at Canterbury, you can watch all of our racing action live via our YouTube channel. Via YouTube, search Canterbury Park and watch every minute of live racing right out here at the barn.
Well, Hall of Fame night rolls on at Canterbury Park, and I'm joined by two members of the class of 2021 Canterbury Park Hall of Fame, Dorothy and Steve Urban. And if you happen to have a minute or several minutes, ask Steve about the history of racing. He's been involved since the 70s. Back when you were holding, long before, 15 years before Canterbury Downs was built, you were holding race meets in suburban Minneapolis.
Yeah, actually, we got 3,000 people there a day. And what was interesting about it, all our sponsors were inside with a live band.
And you did everything. You mean you were the racing secretary, you were the clocker, you were the program maker, the line maker. I even hear that you were the cook for Sunday morning breakfast.
Well, and not only that, here they come down the stretch. I did the race calling also.
How did Paul Allen, a Hall of Famer like you're about to be, how did he get that job when you were available?
Well, I think Paul Allen, to be honest, just get away from us a second, but Paul Allen belongs in the Hall of Fame in the country. He's the best race caller we have in the country.
And I think you knew what the fabric of Minnesota was like, and how it could embrace a racetrack. And I think Paul, we don't want to spend our time talking about Paul, but that's kind of had to be what you envisioned, that race fans out here not just enjoying the gambling part, but enjoying the pageantry of racing. And I think that's what we brought to Canterbury Downs and now to Canterbury Park.
And I think along with that, it becomes a family. And I think anybody that has a racehorse gets to know everybody else that has a racehorse. And you may win, you may lose, but you know what? Tomorrow you're hoping for that nice racehorse.
Now, a couple of these summertime meets, just to put things in perspective, you developed at that time the longest and richest race in Minnesota. And when we say richest, what was the purse?
$1,500 for the longest and richest race in Minnesota, called the Pepsi Preferred.
And then now you're known for big things. You're a promoter. I think I've always said you're a grandiose thinker, but you also came up with another kind of a gimmick race that you don't see much these days called the Calamity Jane.
Well, that one, it was very interesting. It was all female jockey race, and we held it on a Saturday, and we did get some flowers, but you'll have to read the story for that one.
Now, before we get to the best thing that's happened to you, talk a little bit about breeding, because you've got a long history of breeding racehorses in Minnesota dating back to the early days.
Well, we do, and I'll tell you, Dorothy could answer a lot of that because, as you get a little older, it's really great to have great help that can deliver those foals.
That's what we've always said around the racetrack, that you're the thinker, you're the guy with the ideas. Dorothy actually makes things happen. And Dorothy, 33 years ago, you met this guy at a nightclub in Hot Springs, danced the night away, and ever since it's been history.
Little did I know. There's stories behind that too, but it's been a great 34 years. So I've learned a lot about the industry, about racing, and it's great to be a family in the Minnesota industry of racing because, as Steve said, with Minnesota breds, you get to know everybody. We're racing against our friends, but it's the competition. We love it, and it's great to be a part of that.
When you look around this track now, you go back to the 70s, and you'd spend time, along with, we just talked to Mary Green in the race before, about promoting racing, talking to legislators, trying to get parimutuel racing done. Now you look around here. This is a special place, isn't it?
Well, it truly is, and I think it also has added some special interest to it, even when the Sampsons and the Shinians picked it up. I think you really have to look around and see the group areas, the family areas, and that's what they really cultivated, and that's what's growing here now in Minnesota. Probably the best thing about Canterbury Park is that a lot of people know about it. The worst thing is there's a lot more that should.
Absolutely, and that's what we try to do every day as the horses leave the paddock. Quickly, you mentioned those areas. You've been involved in design of many of the areas, the cabanas, long shots, wild horse. It's been a great contribution to racing. You're both deserving members of the Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
The ultra-talented Lynn Dykert brings on another field to the track. This is race number 4, and it starts in 8 minutes. In this one, we scratched the 6, Vic's Vision, but we're left with Win Place Show, Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, Pick 3, and Double Wagering, as well as the first leg of the 50-cent Pick 5. That'll start out in 8 minutes with an 8-5 favorite in the form of Candy Cove. Remember, they're on a muddy main track now. The main track has been upgraded to muddy. And we'll start the 4th in 8 minutes. Gonna go over a Pick 5 ticket. Lots of influence on this one, I'm sure, and I will do my best to guide you through it. Now we have 7 minutes until the Pick 5 takes off. Here we go in the Pick 5. That's a ticket put together by Jeff Medea and KG. A couple of old school minds getting together instead of Brian Aragoni today to bring you the Maker's Mark Pick 5 ticket. We got 2, 3, and 4 in here. Last Promise interested me a little bit. I know that Jeff likes Camps Bay. Candy Cove is your current favorite at 2-1, but Last Promise looks like a horse who could get himself out close to a moderate early tempo. There's some speed to his inside and outside, but he was a very interesting horse on the drop. Looks like they singled Alligator Hunter, or the Alligator Hunter, in the next. There is quite a bit of pace to their inside, and this horse has just been so impressive since he came back up to Canterbury this year. No real surprise to see them single him on the top. Spread out a little bit more as we go over to the Strangis. This one did come off the turf, and that does make it a little bit more complex, as most of these horses have their established form on the main track. Drop of Golden Sun on the inside gets the services of Alonso Quinones, and it looks like he might have had some options in here. I myself was most interested in Fireman Oscar, the mud-loving Fireman Oscar, but he is on that ticket as well. 1, 2, 4, and 5 in there. Race 7, we move the action back over to the girls, I believe. 2, 5, and 10 in there. And as we move away from the stakes action in race number 8, Rusty Cage and Deuce will round out their ticket. I thought Deuce was a standout in there. Rusty Cage has quite a bit of speed. Nevada Litvin has been sending out horses that are firing left and right. Everything sent out from that barn has been hitting the board lately. Rusty Cage certainly would be no surprise in the winner's circle. Deuce, a very impressive presence just to his outside. And I guess I skipped over some of the mud horses that'll go off in the 7th race, the Minnesota Turf Distaff, but that one I don't think was unduly affected by the scratches. 2, 5, and 10, including Ready to Run Away. First Mate is an interesting closer in that spot. They have a couple of closers in there, but Ready to Run Away looks like she'll get a good position on the inside. She'll probably be the lowest price of those 3, but you get a great variety of horses through that ticket. All of it's hinged, though, in race number 5 on the Alligator Hunter, who looks to put 3 wins in a row and probably do it from the same sort of trip. He's to the outside of most of the other speed. Seems like a very logical single in a pretty economical ticket at, it appears, $36. The Pick 5 takes off pretty soon. Remember, we're on the main track for the rest of the day, and it's muddy. You now have 3 minutes to make any of those Pick 5 tickets that you'd like. It begins here in the 4th. And now your 2-1 co-favorites are Jerry's Pride and Joy and Candy Cove. Good luck, everybody. We've got a lot more to come.
They've reached the gate. It's now post time. The fourth race, HOF Day at CBY. Jerry's Pride and Joy, 9 to 5. Candy Cove, 2.5 to 1. The only Minnesotan in the race. Looking to get that plus part of the purse. Libertarian, 4 to 1. And they're racing. Candy Cove and Alonzo Quinones in search of that early lead. Last Promise wants to be the first horse as they hit the 7/8 pole. And Last Promise grabs a narrow lead. The early pace, race 4. It is sizzling. More Than AP trying to win 2 in a row joins that pace fray. And More Than AP from third to second or right up to join the lead with Last Promise as they slosh up the Canterbury Park barn side. Then it's Libertarian. Jerry's Pride and Joy with the hot jock, 9 lengths out of it. And Camps Bay is in last and about 11 lengths from the lead. And now they have 4 furlongs to run. More Than AP leads it by an inch. Last Promise re-engages, and now Last Promise leads by an inch. 5 lengths behind that, Candy Cove. Minnesotan shoved on. Candy Cove, 2.5 to 1, shoved on. Then it's Libertarian. Camps Bay's beginning to run on fast from behind. The leading jockey is pushing on Camps Bay hard, and the runner is responding. Then it's Jerry's Pride and Joy tailing off to last. More Than AP, Candy Cove re-engages. Here's Candy Cove looking sweet to the outside with Camps Bay continuing to circumnavigate and make a massive move from last right up to the lead. That was impressive. Camps Bay from Candy Cove, but Camps Bay is spattering mud on the competition. It's Camps Bay, slippery when wet. Number 4, Camps Bay, ran first at 7 to 1. 4-2-7-5 to begin that pick 5. Upset alert to begin the pick 5. Camps Bay first. 137.91 over the Muddy Main. Couple of claims in race number 4. We had 2 claims in race number 4, both for $7,500. Number 1, Jerry's Pride and Joy, claimed. Troy Bethke is the owner-trainer, and Troy won a 3-way shake. And number 7, Libertarian, was claimed by Mike Bollinger, and Mike is the owner-trainer. 2 claims, Libertarian, Bollinger, Jerry's Pride and Joy, Bethke. Race number 4, official. Superfecta, 29 and change, double 28. The pick 3, second pick 3, $16.50. First pick 4 today, $76.50. Exacta, 29 and change. The trifecta paid $62 and change. It was Dio all odds. Nice payoff. We come now to the 5th race. It is the Victor S. Myers Stakes. And we begin a pick 4 anew for just 50 cents. Main track muddy. No scratches, no rider changes in the Victor S. Myers. Camps Bay, quite impressive, into the winner's enclosure with our leading rider, Lindy Wade. The winning owners, Empire Racing, also our leading owners with this victory, 13 on the season, and the winning trainer, Robertino Diodoro. And he is our leading trainer. Leading connection, 1680 on a $2 win wager. Camps Bay. Racing at Canterbury is sponsored in part by Jim Beam. Directing your attention to the winner's circle, Chairman Lane, 12 years with the Minnesota Racing Commission. Thank you very much for your patronage and everything you've done for the racetrack. Best of luck. And they're racing. Candy Cove and Alonzo Quinones in search of that early lead. Last Promise wants to be the first horse as they hit the 7/8 pole. And Last Promise grabs a narrow lead. The early pace, race 4. It is sizzling. More Than AP trying to win 2 in a row joins that pace fray. And More Than AP from third to second, right up to join the lead with Last Promise as they slosh up the Canterbury Park barn side. Then it's Libertarian, Jerry's Pride and Joy with the Hot Jock, 9 lengths out of it, and Camps Bay is in last and about 11 lengths from the lead. And now they have 4 furlongs to run. More Than AP leads it by an inch. Last Promise re-engages, and now Last Promise leads by an inch. 5 lengths behind that, Candy Cove. Minnesotan shoved on. Candy Cove, 2.5 to 1, shoved on. Then it's Libertarian. Camps Bay's beginning to run on fast from behind. The leading jockey is pushing on Camps Bay hard, and the runner is responding. Then it's Jerry's Pride and Joy tailing off to last. More Than AP, Candy Cove re-engages. Here's Candy Cove looking sweet to the outside with Camps Bay continuing to circumnavigate and make a massive move from last right up to the lead. That was impressive. Camps Bay from Candy Cove, but Camps Bay is spattering mud on the competition. It's Camps Bay, slippery when wet. What a wonderful day at Canterbury Park. Weather's not great, but we are celebrating HOF immortality from days gone by and those who will be inducted into the Canterbury Hall of Fame Saturday. Dr. Victor S. Meyer, such an integral part of racing in Minnesota. This is a stakes race. We are running for the 28th time in his honor, and there's one in here looking to stay undefeated. It's this guy. He is Bayou Benny. 1-for-1, and he won by 12 lengths in his only start. Benny is fast. He's 2-1, and he faces a very competitive field with a favorite on the outside in the Alligator Hunter, who is red hot, and on the inside, Magician's Holiday. Speaking of HOF, that rider, Dean Butler, is in the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame, and the only time he ran on a Muddy Main track, he only won by 7.5 lengths. We'll see what Bayou Benny can do on this wet track, Mr. Jeff Madej. Who do you like? And a good evening.
Paul, look who I found here. I found Kevin Gorg, handicapper, tip sheet purveyor, former paddock analyst. All the stars come out on these big nights. Hall of Fame night here at Canterbury Park. What a race this is. I mean, Bayou Benny, certainly talented in that debut, and the Alligator Hunter, been tough to beat.
Yeah, it was fun 4 days ago when you first get the past performances. You look at this card, it's star-studded, horses that we've watched for years, like Mr. Jägermeister. But then you see a horse like Bayou Benny, and we heard the buzz before the first start, and the buzz was legit, right? I mean, the horse was a rocket ship, winning by 12 first time out. And then you got to find out, okay, how good is this horse? In start number 1 against Maidens, winning by 12 tells you something. But now you have to face competition like the Alligator Hunter, who's not only been winning against older competition, but he's beaten open company. And then you've got pace pressure that you probably didn't see in that maiden start. Other speed horses like the One, who likely keep him honest early. It's a fascinating race to handicap. It's a $50,000 stakes race, and it's future stars here in Shakopee.
Right, we saw something special in race 2 with Star of the North just skipping away. I think we're going to see something special here too, because these 3-year-olds look like they can really run. And Bayou Benny going to take some beating if he does get the lead, but there's some other speed. You talked about Magician's Holiday. Now Bayou Benny, trained by Tony Rengsdorf, but so is Magician's Holiday here. And this horse has won from 3 starts, won a maiden special weight race, and then just didn't do that well last time out. Ran sixth. By 3 3/8 lengths, but showed speed, and that's crucial here. Now you've got the same trainer with 2 speed horses. What happens?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting puzzle for Tony Rengsdorf and his crew, because you've got different owners, and you've got a horse that's proven to be a certain type of runner. He also likes the slop. The One is proven to be a horse that's enjoyed a wet track. So I wonder if Bayou Benny is the type of horse that can rate, and if that's the case, you send the One and sit him just off. You don't think they're going to go eyeball to eyeball, because that really would set it up for the Alligator Hunter. But to me, the One holds the key to the entire handicapping puzzle. If the One isn't on the lead and Bayou Benny is loose, they're not going to catch him. And if the One goes and Bayou Benny goes with him and they go eyeball to eyeball, we saw in our most recent race, in race 4, with the 3 and the 5 hooking up front, you're going to be vulnerable in the stretch to somebody from off the pace. And then the other puzzle part for me, Jeff, is if the 2 favorites hook up and try to go eyeball to eyeball around the turn, which likely could happen, do you set it up for somebody else to come get the money? And then we've got pick 5 craziness.
Horse being dismissed here is West of Waverly, who last year in the Northern Lights Futurity was favored that after those first 2 starts, where you thought, God, this West of Waverly could really be something. Has not shown much since that race when it finished 6th, beaten by 14 lengths. Hasn't won since. A nice second-place finish last time, but that one might have to improve. Now, what about Kids Inheritance? You've got Quincy Hamilton riding for Joel Burnt.
You love the way Quincy's been riding all season long. He knows when to put a horse into the race. And on the cutback, I think if they do go quick, the 3-horse Kids Inheritance should get a piece of this, and if they're vulnerable, could take them all on. And then the other wild card for me, Jeff, is what do you do with Golden Gully, the 6? You don't see Minnesota breds that have yet to race at Canterbury in start number 12, but he's been knocking heads against good competition at Pimlico, Laurel, and Delaware, and I'll guarantee you when they turn for home, the 6 is going to have something left for the stretch. Just a fascinating race to try to handicap.
Right, and the 6 Golden Gully taking some money, 10-1 right now, but the Alligator Hunter, number 7, is 3-5. But you get a look at this 6 Golden Gully. looks the part. I mean, that's a nice-looking racehorse here. We'll see. You're right. You don't see a lot of Minnesota breds debut and run 11 times outside the state, but that's what Golden Gully did. And the Alligator Hunter, 4 for 7 lifetime, can track the pace, come and get them late. We'll see what they can do here as Bayou Benny heads out of the paddock now, heading to the racetrack. Thanks, Kevin Gork. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy your group over here. Folks, this is going to be one heck of a horse race.
Ladies and gentlemen, the impeccable stylings of Mr. Dizzy Gillespie. Thank you, Dizzy. Thank you. Stay dry. Here they are for the 28th Victor S. Myers Stakes. Number 1, Magician's Holiday. HOF rides for Suzanne Stables. Tony Rengstorff is the trainer. Number 2 is Westa Waverly, owned by Jeff Ryan and Gary Starkson. Cody Rosine trains, and Lindy Wade is in the irons. Number 3, won here on Father's Day. He is Kids Inheritance and Quincy Hamilton. Bob Lothenbach owns this one, the trainer, Joe Burr. Number 4, Bayou Benny, owned by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. Benny is trained by Tony Rengstorff. Rye Eccleberry has the call. Luis Fuentes is astride Thick Haze for owner Todd Verhusen and trainer Ron Westerman. Number 6 is an Invader. He is Golden Gully, owned by Ford Wilgis and DZ Stable. The trainer, Gary Capuano, and the rider, Alfredo Juarez Jr. The favorite, 7, the Alligator Hunter, and Alonzo Quinones. The owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. The trainer, Tim Padilla. Talented 3-year-olds going 3/4 for 50 grand. It's the Victor S. Myers Stakes, about 5 minutes from now.
We have 3 minutes until our middle pick 4 on this 12 race card. This will consist of the final 4 thoroughbred races, and it starts with a very talented group, as Paul mentioned, in the Vic Myers. The 2 standouts in here are standing out on the board, that being Bayou Benny and the Alligator Hunter. Wish I could really just pull one from the other, but they have such different resumes to them, I couldn't help but use both. I took Bayou Benny on top because I thought maybe he could clear Magician's Holiday, or maybe he could sit off him. I mean, you can't tell if this horse is rateable or anything like that after just one start. He might have just been that much better than his competition and outran them every step of the way. That's not to say that he can't sit off Magician's Holiday and maybe run eye to eyeball with the Alligator Hunter. We just don't know yet. I stuck with Bayou Benny on top just because of that raw talent that he showed, but the horse to beat with his past is the Alligator Hunter. Absolutely respect him, use him in there, and he is the single in the pick 5 ticket that is alive with a 7-1 start put together by Gorg and Madej. Moving on to the Strangis, this one gets a little bit more difficult. I went a few horses deep in there. I added in a drop of Golden Sun, but Fireman Oscar is my top pick in there. This horse absolutely loves a wet track. I mean, you can look at his other performances on any other surface besides mud. He is a 2 for 37, but you put him on the mud, he's 3 for 8. This horse can handle a number of distances, a number of pace scenarios. You know, he has some tactical speed. I know they would probably prefer to make one run from off the pace. I think they can get that. There's a lot of speed in there. Mr. Jägermeister's to his left. Drop of Golden Sun is to his Drop of Golden Sun is to his left. Mr. Jägermeister's to his right. There's a lot of speed inside and out of there. I know I'm getting my right and left mixed up, but that being said, Fireman Oscar should have pace to run at. That's the point. So I took him on top, and I go 5-8 in race number 7. We'll move over to the filly side of things, and Grand Prize is my top pick in there. Grand Prize should be close to the pace. She's had some trouble trips in her past. There's some running lines in there that are better than they look, especially when it comes to going 2 turns. She's run behind Ready to Runway, but she came back so impressively in her first start as a 5-year-old this year. I thought maybe she could take the step up. If you're ever going to find out if she can be this kind of horse again, she hasn't run against stakes horses since the Minnesota Oaks. Now's the time. Grand Prize comes out of open company. She has a good post to stalk the pace, and Rye Eccleberry will return aboard her with a good amount of rest since that June 3rd start. I think Grand Prize should be able to fire her best shot, and hopefully she can do so at a square price. I only used First Mate in there with her, but Grand Prize definitely my solid top pick in there. Deuce is the single for me. Deuce comes in with a win, yes, at Los Al going 1,000 yards, but he's just got raw speed and he gets to the outside. I mean, he ran against Dare Felix last time, and when Dare Felix is on, Dare Felix is extremely hard to run with on the front end. Deuce gave it his good shot. He ran his heart out to finish second that day. He beat Rusty Cage in the process, and he did that in an off-the-turf event that looks very similar in a lot of ways to the one that he meets today. We find out shortly how this pick 4 will kick off. Your even money favorite remains the Alligator Hunter. You have very limited time to get in these late pick 4s. If you want to copy mine, it's only $6. Good luck. We'll see you back here after the race to interview the winner of the Vic Myers.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Victor S. Myers Stakes. This is the 28th running of the Vic Myers. Likely Prospect took it down for Almar Farm. Canterbury Hall of Famer Scott Stevens was the rider in 1990, back in the Downs days. The first running of the Vic Myers. Circle Hawk took it in the second year for the Cassoons. Tony Rengsdorf was the winning trainer. And Tony has a couple in here, including the talented Bayou Benny, who is 9-5. The Alligator Hunter favored every click of the way, the last in. And they're racing in the Victor S. Myers. Magician's Holiday stumbled badly shortly after the start. Bayou Benny got the jump on the Alligator Hunter, but the favorite engages, and 4 and 7 are locked in battle in the early stages of the 28th Victor S. Myers. Westa Waverly travels up to be a length from those leading two, and after that it is Golden Gully. The Invader is shoved on by Alfredo Juarez Jr. with 3.5 to go. Right behind that one, Kid's Inheritance trying to win 2 in a row. Then we come back to Thick Haze, far out of it, with Magician's Holiday, the Alligator Hunter, Bayou Benny shoved on. The Alligator Hunter has the lead by a neck, and Westa Waverly in the leading rider. They angle to the outside for the stretch run. The Alligator Hunter and Bayou Benny. They've been matched up since the gates open, but now the Alligator Hunter has taken the lead despite drifting out on the muddy track. But the Alligator Hunter is super talented, and he can just make a right turn right now into the winner's circle. The Alligator Hunter is the Victor S. Myers champion. Number 7, the Alligator Hunter. First, 110.45, the running time. The fifth race is official, 7-3-4-5. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park would like to welcome to the winner's circle the esteemed Andrew Offerman, who is Vice President of Racing here at Canterbury Park. And Andrew is making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the 28th Victor S. Myers. And now to the winner's enclosure, winning 3 consecutive races and the Victor S. Myers. It's the super talented, the Alligator Hunter, and Alonzo Quinones. The Alligator Hunter is owned in partnership by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla is the winning trainer. Pete and Tim bred the Alligator Hunter in Minnesota. The Alligator Hunter is a 3-year-old chestnut son of Overanalyze from the stormy Atlantic mare Garden Gloves. The Alligator Hunter. Race number 6 is off the turf, the distance 1 mile. It's the $50,000 Ralph Strangis Stakes. Scratch numbers 6, Happy Hour Cowboy, and 9, Zoe's Delight. Race number 6, about 20 minutes from now. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of our racetrack, and Mystic Lake Casino Hotel. Let's go to the winner's circle, and one of the winning owners and breeders of the Alligator Hunter is with Miss Angela Herman.
You've seen a lot of him in the winner's circle this season. This is Pete Matson, and who do we have with us, Pete?
This is Mia Lamb, my granddaughter, Oscar's sister.
Ah, yes. Well, we will see one of the Oscars coming up next, but we've seen the Alligator Hunter win a couple times this year. We've seen his little sister win. What's this season been like for you? Because it's just been amazing from the start really up until now.
Oh, it's been sort of a miracle. Just all the pieces fell together, and none of the horses got hurt, and they all were as good or better than we thought they'd be. And we've got a very good team that work from getting them in full, having them born, and getting them trained. So I owe it for a good team.
Well, you told me before this season that you were coming ready to fire this season. Has everything pretty much panned out the way that you thought? Have you had some surprises along the way? Has this horse surprised you? Tell us more about the Alligator Hunter.
Well, we knew the Alligator Hunter was good last year, and we ran the horses that were fit. We ran a lot in Tampa, and they ran a lot of open company and ran against some really good horses. And so when we got to Canterbury, everybody was pretty fit.
Now, if we see his little sister run against him next year, I know that Timmy probably wouldn't tell us, but will you tell us who wins?
If Timmy's not going to tell, I'm not going to tell.
Well, enjoy the win with the Alligator.
I don't think they'll run against each other. We're very proud of her, too, and she ran very, very well, as did Dr. Oscar.
Well, yeah, and you are, I'm sure, very excited to see a muddy track for Astronaut, who is coming up. So I guess I just wish you congratulations with the Alligator Hunter. Enjoy this one. I'm sure we'll see a lot of this family again in the future. Congrats, Pete.
We hope so. Thank you.
Still probably more to come for Pete Matson.
Here, look at the photographer.
racing in the Victor S. Myers. Magician's Holiday stumbled badly shortly after the start. Bayou Benny got the jump on the Alligator Hunter, but the favorite engages, and 4 and 7 are locked in battle in the early stages of the 28th Victor S. Myers. Westa Waverly travels up to be a length from those leading two, and after that it is Golden Gully. The Invader is shoved on by Alfredo Juarez Jr. with 3.5 to go. Right behind that one, Kid's Inheritance trying to win 2 in a row. Then we come back to Thick Haze, far out of it with Magician's Holiday, the Alligator Hunter. Bayou Benny shoved on. The Alligator Hunter has the lead by a neck, and Westa Waverly in the leading rider. They angle to the outside for the stretch run. The Alligator Hunter and Bayou Benny. They've been matched up since the gates open, but now the Alligator Hunter has taken the lead despite drifting out on the muddy track. But the Alligator Hunter is super talented, and he can just make a right turn right now into the winner's circle. The Alligator Hunter is the Victor S. Myers champion. Holy cow, the Alligator Hunter, what a treat it was watching him win the Vic Myers. So now we go on to the $50,000 Ralph Strangis Stakes. This is the 5th running. Hotshot Kid has won this race 2 times. The defending champion is Cinco Star. And the first winner goes into the Canterbury Hall of Fame Saturday. AP is loose. This is an emerging quality race at Canterbury. And this guy may be the one to beat since the track has come up wet. It's Drop of Golden Sun, winning the Blair's Cove Stakes last year at Canterbury Park. Alonzo Quinones looking to go back-to-back in these stakes races. Tony Rengstorff has done a terrific job with the 6-year-old son of Nico Bay and Dira Doe. Now, last year in the Blair's Cove, in the slop, Drop of Golden Sun beat, among others, Dame Plata and Tuco Bay. Wonder if he'll do it again, Mr. Madej, and who do you like?
I do think with that surface change, the chances for Drop a Golden Sun certainly improved. I mean, Cinco Star, who's 6-5 right now, I thought was a standout on the turf, but the rain switches us onto the main track, onto the slop, a surface that Drop a Golden Sun is certainly proven on. 7-2 on the board right now. What you have to like about Drop a Golden Sun is can track the pace or can go to the front. So it won't be a victim of the way the race plays out, because I think Drop a Golden Sun takes the race to the rest of the horses. Tony Ringsdorf, the trainer. Alonso Quinones looks to go back-to-back. Fireman Oscar, the 2-horse at 4-1. That's another that really moves up now that the race has come off of the turf and onto the sloppy main track or muddy main track. Fireman Oscar, when he can find that wet spot on the racetrack and cut to the middle, he goes. And you've seen him do it before and at some prices. You're getting 4-1 now. That number might drift up. Number 3 is Mr. Jägermeister at 10-1. You don't find Mr. Jägermeister often on the tote board at odds of 10-1. The blinkers go on. Going to try a route of ground here. Probably better off on the main track than the turf course, but surprised here that the horse is not taking much action at all at 10-1. Jägermeister, of course, the all-time leading money earner in the history of racing for Minnesota breds. Number 4, we talked about his Cinco Star, looking good here in the paddock. This horse runs every time, runs his race every time, and he's 6-5. Number 5, Dame Plata, another horse that's proven against stakes quality animals, ran second last time out, getting beat by Drop a Golden Sun. Should get a tracking trip under Rye Eccleberry here at 6-1. Scratch the 6, the 7, Hot Shot Kid. Again, you talk about the best Minnesota breds in the history, possibly, of Minnesota bred racing, and Hot Shot Kid's in that conversation. That's a future Hall of Famer right there. Exiting the paddock, now heading to the racetrack. We round the race out with Tuco Bay. Gary Shears, the trainer. They claimed this one 2 back, did the Ulwellings. Tuco Bay is another horse that can run and can make a late charge here if the pace is hot. Look for Tuco Bay to come flying along. 18-1 is the price there. That's the field for the Ralph Strangis Stakes.
Sir Leonard Dykerd's call to the post brings the runners onto the track. It is muddy. For the 5th Ralph Strangis Stakes, and here they are. Number 1 is Drop of Golden Sun. The rider Alonso Quinones for Rengstorff Racing and Tony Rengstorff. Number 2 is Fireman Oscar. Oscar is owned by Pete Matson and trained by David Van Winkle. Dean Butler has the call. Number 3, Mr. Jägermeister and Ruben Fuentes. The speedy Mr. Jägermeister is owned by Kristen Boyce, Leslie Cummings, and Valerie Lund. Valerie trains. Mac Robertson trains number 4, Cinco Star, the defending champion. For owner John Mentz, in the irons, Roymus Chirinos. Rye Eccleberry rides number 5, Dame Plata. For Ann Sachdev and Lori Bravo, Francisco Bravo is the trainer. And number 7 is a 2-time winner of this race. He is Hot Shot Kid. Warren Bush is the owner. Mac Robertson trains. And Alex Kenchari astride. Lindy Wade handles number 8, Tuco Bay. For Al and Bill Allwelling, the trainer, Gary Shearer. That's the lineup for the 2021 Ralph Strangis Stakes. To the gate, about 5 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is HOF Day at CBY, and on television monitors and the big screen in the infield, there is the 2021 class we are celebrating this evening, including the winner of the first Ralph Strangis Stakes, AP Like to Get Loose.
Classic fashion, and AP is loose, and Alex Kenchari are the classic champion. AP is loose from 2 Chance, and AP is loose in the Blair's Cove. And where's Jordan? AP is loose in the Blair's Cove, and he's the champion.
AP is loose heading into the 2021 Canterbury Park Hall of Fame, one of the greats in the history of racing in Minnesota. Let's go to the winner's circle for more with Joel Zamzow. Here's Angela.
Well, I'm with Team Zamzow because this was always a giant group down here whenever AP is loose won. And, I mean, he's meant a lot to you guys. He's meant a lot to the fans of Minnesota. But tell us what it means to you to have AP is loose recognized in this way.
Well, I think it was always wonderful family time. To win 3 Blair's Coves on July 3rd in front of the big crowd that was, the race were always before the fireworks. Family time and brother and my spouse and kids and our friends. It was just so many good years.
Was the adrenaline rush the same the first time, or was there a little more pressure to repeat every time that he came out here and won the way that he did?
Yeah, there was a little more pressure, especially when all these people were coming out, and then we're like, God, it's so much better when you win. And you feel a little bit of the weight of the world on you because you're kind of hosting a big group of people.
Well, and it didn't just start with AP is loose. It started with his mother. Take us back to square one and how this all came to be.
Yeah, it's a pretty good story. And this was over 20 years ago. I'd spent an awful lot of time looking at a sales catalog out of Keeneland. I sent my brother on a mission, and I said, there are 4 or 5 mares I was really interested in, and he picked Masquerade Star out for me. And out of her came AP is Loose. Hunter's Tiger Paw won a couple of stakes. Here was a 3-year-old champion. Max Tiger Paw was a track record holder. Max Monarch was a stakes winner. They're almost at $1 million, and we bought her for $5,000. So it kind of made our whole program this one awesome broodmare.
Well, it's a magnificent achievement, and I mean, he was just one of her great foals. But it's such an honor to get to watch him every day. It was a great honor to watch him every day, win stakes of all sorts. But now we get to see him in the Hall of Fame, and if AP could talk, what would he say to all of his fans?
He was very popular here. He'd say thank you, and maybe thanks to Paul Allen for those great calls.
He was the inspiration for the name,
Yes.
and we're so honored that we get to still see him every day in the Hall of Fame. Thank you for sharing him with us, and congratulations to him and all of you on behalf of all of us at Canterbury.
Thank you so much.
AP is loose, one of the newest inductees to the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame.
Thank you. Okay, nice.
And it's post time for the Ralph Strangis Stakes at a mile on a muddy main track, named in honor of the late Ralph Strangis, a deserving member of the Canterbury Hall of Fame for his service to the racing industry over 3 decades. The aforementioned AP is Loose was the first winner of the Strangis in 2017. Rider Dean Butler has won this race twice. Mac Robertson has won it every year. AP is loose, Hot Shot Kid twice, Cinco Star last year. Cinco Star, the 7-5, make that 3-2 favorite, and here they are. And they're racing in the Ralph Strangis Stakes, and they've broken a line. Drop of Golden Sun is requested to show speed by Q, and Drop of Golden Sun wants the lead, and by golly, he gets it. But Mr. Jägermeister is super fast, and Mr. Jägermeister takes the lead with 3/4 of a mile to go. Then it's 5 back to Cinco Star, the defending champion, sole alone in third, as 1 and 3 fly up the Canterbury Park barn side. After that, we have De May Plata, 7 lengths behind Mr. Jägermeister, who kicks clear by nearly 1. Then we come to Hot Shot Kid, a 2-time champion in this race, and he's advancing to the outside of Dame Plata. Then it's Fireman Oscar, 10 lengths out of it, and behind that one is Tuco Bay. The Strangis cast is covered by 11, and we still have a 2-headed pace battle, and Drop of Golden Sun moves on Mr. Jägermeister, and Cinco Star aggressively splits those two, and the defending champion is on the move. That's it for Mr. Jägermeister. Mr. Jägermeister is backpedaling. De May Plata is next. Then we come to Fireman Oscar on the outside. Behind them, Hot Shot Kid and Tuco Bay, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, chasing the defending champion in Cinco Star. Tuco Bay is absolutely sizzling on the outside, but it might be too late. It is Cinco Star from a charging Tuco Bay, but the defending champion goes back to back. Cinco Star is the Strangis Star. Very, very impressive effort by number 4, Cinco Star. Won the Ralph Strangis for $50K, throttled down. 4-8-1-2. And race 6, the Ralph Strangis, is official. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park welcomes Ralph Strangis' son, Paul, to the winner's enclosure. Paul Strangis has the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the race named in honor of Paul's dad. Ralph Strangis served twice as chairman of the Minnesota Racing Commission, 89 to 92, and again 2013 until his death in 2018. He also was an ardent racing fan and racehorse owner. Ralph Strangis is credited by many for saving live racing in Minnesota by presiding over a vote in 1992 which would not allow Ladbroke Racing to operate simulcast racing in our state without a commitment to live racing. That dedication led to Ladbroke's departure, the closing of the track, and the opportunity for the late Kurt Sampson and Dale Shenian to purchase Canterbury Park in 1994. Cinco Star is the Ralph Strangis champion, and the winning rider, Roymus Chirinos. The winning owner, John Mentz, and winning this race for a 5th consecutive year is trainer Mac Robertson. The victorious Cinco Star is a 6-year-old brown gelding by 3-hour nap out of 5-star Swank. Mr. John Mentz bred the defending champion in Minnesota. The 7th race is off the turf. It's 1 mile on a main track still listed as muddy. It is the Minnesota Distaff for $50,000. Scratch numbers 1 and 3. Race time about 20 minutes from now. To the winner's circle for Ralph Strangis Victory Reaction and Angela Herman.
It's John Mentz, the breeder and owner of Cinco Star. And this is the 2nd year in a row that you've won it. Does it get any less sweet going back to back?
No, it's super. So no matter how many times it happens to be in the winner's circle, every time you're here, it's great. So it's very enjoyable.
Now, he's had his go-abouts with Drop of Golden Sun, Mr. Jägermeister, a lot of these guys doing different things. He's got a great record on this turf course. Were you concerned at all he's never won in the mud, or is he just going so well right now it didn't matter what surface you ran on?
I was worried when it came off the turf. He's run some great turf races, but he's just such a hard runner. Tries hard, gets to the finish line, wants to win. So it's just been awesome to have him. So while I have it, I want to thank Lisa Duos. Lisa's at Dove Hill Farm. She bred and birthed Cinco Star for us. So she's done a great job with a number of babies we've had. So I want to thank Lisa.
You both have been an integral part of breeding in Minnesota and racing in Minnesota, and Cinco Star's done a number of things. Do you think that ultimately this is what he wants to do, go in 2 turns and perhaps doing it on the turf?
Boy, he's been so versatile. So honestly, I'll leave it to Mac to decide where he wants to and what surface he wants to run on or what distance. But he's been so good at so many different levels. So we'll just keep trying.
You guys have had an outstanding year together. Hope you keep it going, and congratulations on another win in this one.
Well, thank you very much.
Hall of Fame night rolls on, and we have a repeat winner in Cinco Star.
And they're racing in the Ralph Strangis Stakes, and they've broken a line. Drop of Golden Sun is requested to show speed by Q, and Drop of Golden Sun wants the lead, and by golly, he gets it. But Mr. Jägermeister is super fast, and Mr. Jägermeister takes the lead with 3/4 of a mile to go. Then it's 5 back to Cinco Star, the defending champion, sole alone in 3rd, as 1 and 3 fly up the Canterbury Park barn side. After that, we have De May Plata Plata, 7 lengths behind Mr. Jägermeister, who kicks clear by nearly 1. Then we come to Hot Shot Kid, a 2-time champion in this race, and he's advancing to the outside of Dame Plata. Then it's Fireman Oscar, 10 lengths out of it, and behind that one is Tuco Bay. The Strangus Cast is covered by 11, and we still have a 2-headed pace battle, and Drop of Golden Sun moves on Mr. Jägermeister, and Cinco Star aggressively splits those two, and the defending champion is on the move. That's it for Mr. Jägermeister. Mr. Jägermeister is backpedaling. Dame Plata is next. Then we come to Fireman Oscar on the outside. Behind them, Hot Shot Kid and Tuco Bay, and they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch, chasing the defending champion in Cinco Star. Tuco Bay is absolutely sizzling on the outside, but it might be too late. It is Cinco Star from a charging Tuco Bay, but the defending champion goes back to back. Cinco Star is the Strangus Star. to the Minnesota Turf Distaff, which is now the Minnesota Distaff because they're on a muddy main track and they go a mile. The defending champion is number 5, First Mate. Uncle Barry has the services of the leading rider, Lindy Wade. But to get to the winner's circle, you need to go through this girl. Her name is Clickbait, and here she is earlier in the season sprinting, winning the Lady Slipper Stakes. Now, Clickbait is ridden by Cecily Evans. That right there was the first stakes victory of Cecily's career, and Clickbait took down the Lady Slipper, leading her earnings to nearly $200,000. But how about last year when it came up wet in the Princess Elaine? Clickbait handles the wet surface absolutely beautifully. She's won multiple stakes races. She's very, very talented. And Jeff Madey in the paddock, this Minnesota Distaff at a mile, it should be a humdinger. And if you're looking to get paid in the pick 4, 5, or 6, you might want to start getting some upsets.
Well, that's right, Paul. And Clickbait's not going to be an upset. In fact, Clickbait is taking a lot of money right now, and deservedly. You pointed out that race, the Princess Elaine in the slop, and that was an impressive victory. Clickbait going to be tough to beat in here. Ready to Run Away, though, is a horse that I think is certainly better on the dirt than on the turf course, and she's going to get her surface. She's stretching out here, Ready to Run Away. We all know the story. Was claimed, went on to win multiple stakes races, won 4 races last year. Ready to Run Away. I think the horse to beat in here, and we saw that signal last time with a very gutty win against Open Company. This filly is ready to go. The 4, Diva Tequila, Mike Beeler, the trainer, Lopez rides. That's the one you're going to get a big price on. Not going to see a lot of speed here out of Diva Tequila. You're going to see a closing move, but 59-1. Then there's First Mate. You also talked about First Mate, Paul Allen. First Mate, very good on the turf for sure. It's going to get overlooked a little bit now here. I think that horse would have been favored on the other surface, but we're on the mud now. First Mate is 7-1 for the Butsos. We talked about Clickbait. Now, the 7 is my top choice in here, 45-1. I'm looking for a price. You said find a price, Paul. I've got a price here. To Be Royal will come flying from out of the clouds. Has hit the board a couple of times on a slop or on a wet track, on an off track. You know, this is a stretch. It's a stab. It's not a horse that many people are going to use, but I think we can get a piece here with the 7, To Be Royal. The 8 is Grand Prize, 5-2. A lot of buzz around this Joel Byrne trainee, owned by the Lothenbachs, ridden by Rye Eckleberry, one of our top riders. Grand Prize, another one that's going to sit the perfect trip behind the speed. And finding the speed in here really becomes the question, because I think that can help find a winner. Double B Sting is versatile. Generally closes, but if you look in the past performances deep enough, you see some speed as well. Quinona is aboard here, so you're getting one of our top riders who's got a horse that can either go to the front if no one else does or just sit right behind. Now, Rush Hour Traffic, another horse that's going to be a price, is 8-1. Gary Shears, the trainer. Fuentes rides. Never runs a bad race. This 4-year-old filly has run 11 times, has hit the board 9 times every time she shows up. If you're a trifecta player, a superfecta player, you do not leave number 10, Rush Hour Traffic, out of your equation. On the far outside is the 11, Rental Pool. Could be the speed in here for trainer Larry Sterling and Les Schneider, the owner. They claimed this one for $30,000. 2 races back, ran once on the turf. Now we're on to the Muddy Maiden track with a horse with a lot of speed at 7-1. That's a look at the Minnesota Distaff. $50,000 on the line here. Horses are out of the paddock. They're headed to the racetrack. They'll meet the Bugler.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the call to the post for the 2021 Minnesota Distaff, we welcome to the winner's circle our bugler, Mr. Dennis Brain. Thank you, Dennis. The runners are walking onto the track for the 50 grand Minnesota Distaff, and here they are. Number 2 is Ready to Run Away, and Roymas Chirinos. The owner, John Mentz. The trainer, Mac Robertson. Number 4 is Diva Tequila, owned by Diva People, which includes Dorothy Urban, into the Canterbury Hall of Fame Saturday. The trainer, Mike Beeler, and the rider, Carlo Lopez. Lindy Wade handles the defending champion. This mare is First Mate, owned by Barry and Joni Butzo. The trainer, Valerie Lund. Mac Robertson has number 6, Clickbait, the 2-to-1 favorite. Hugh Robertson, John Mentz, and Jeff Larson own Clickbait in the irons. Cecily Evans. Israel Hernandez rides number 7, To Be Royal. For Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, the trainer, Tony Rangsdorf. Number 8 is Lothenbach Stables Grand Prize. Grand Prize is trained by Joel Burnt, the rider, Bry Eccleberry. Alonzo Quinones rides number 9, Double B Sting. The owners, Next Gen Racing. The trainer, Tony Rangsdorf. And number 10 is Rush Hour Traffic. This one is owned by Sugarland Thoroughbreds and trained by Gary Shear, Ruben Fuentes astride. And Alfredo Juarez Jr. rides number 11, Rental Pool, owned by Les Schneider. Rental Pool is trained by Larry Sterling Jr. There they are, heading to the gate. 5 minutes from now, the 2021 Minnesota Distaff with a $50,000 purse. The Hall of Fame induction Saturday night at Canterbury Park, always a very special moment for us here. And there are the inductees on TV monitors. Now it's time to focus on this girl.
It's Honey Sox Appeal from Rockin' the Blues, but Honey Sox Appeal on the inside and she's too much. It's Honey Sox Appeal. Honey Sox Appeal is the Distaff Sprint champion.
Sweet as honey every time she hit the racetrack here in Minnesota. And we go to the winner's circle for more HOF commentary. And here's Angela.
Yes, it is a sweet family of sorts, and Bob Lindgren is an integral part of getting all of them to the track, including new inductee Honey Sox Appeal. For those of us out here or watching across the country unfamiliar with AJ's Honey, the whole family, how everything began, tell us more about how you got to Honey Sox Appeal through all the breeding that you've done over the years.
Well, Paul Napper and I decided to go into the breeding program, and we bought AJ's Honey, who I found out later on belonged to Joe Novogratz, and we started breeding the horses. And the way I actually got Honey Sox Appeal is I went to an auction in Kentucky. We were selling a horse. We thought we were going to get about $30,000 for it, and so we got $40,000. And Paul Napper called me at the auction, so we got our Minnesota breed money. And I said, I'll give you all the money for the auction that I get and the breed money for the eventual Honey Sox Appeal. And he said, no. And then the next day he said, yes. So that's how I got Honey Sox Appeal as a yearling. And of course, she performed very well as a 2-year-old and the rest of the time.
Well, yeah, she could do a little bit of everything. Is there one highlight in her career that stands out, or does it all kind of give you the same sort of rush?
Well, there's probably 3 important parts of her life. When she ran in the 2-year-old fraternity, she broke her leg, or not exactly broke it. We x-rayed the horse after that. We took care of her, brought her back the next year, and she continued to win. And after she won the sprint a couple of times, as a 5-year-old, she came back and something happened to her. And our good friend, Dr. Rake, and I rushed her down to a hospital in Iowa, got her fixed up, and she came back to win the sprint championship again. And Scott's a great guy for doing that, too. And then one other thing, other race was last year, I brought her back specifically to try to get her in the Hall of Fame, and she ran a dramatic race where she won it by a nose. So those 3 things really stick out, among many others, but those were really great.
Well, her and a lot of her siblings, family, all sorts of them that have come from your breeding program have given a lot of thrills over the years. So now that she's moved on to that portion of her life, what comes next for her? When do we see her offspring on the track, and who are they by?
Well, all of her sisters and mother are pregnant again to some of the best stallions in the United States. And she is also pregnant to Malibu Moon right now, who's a premier horse. And I'm going to predict that we're going to find out how good of a horse she really is once she starts having babies. And I predict she'll be the top female horse we've ever had here at Canterbury.
Well, then I guess I bring you back down here in 2 years, and hopefully we interview you after the futurity or the debutante.
She's got to have the baby first. She'll have it next March, and it's going to be a boy.
Okay. We'll give it a few years then, but hopefully I see you down here with another success story just like this one. For now, congratulations on her induction into the Hall of Fame. I'm sure it's the first of many for you and your bloodstock.
Okay, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
They've reached the starting gate, and it's post time. Post time for the Minnesota Turf Distaff off the turf. Pinup Girl won this race in 2018 when it was off the turf. Elsie Clone, the rider for Miss Sandy Sweer and the Bergs Roads. First Mate won it last year for Uncle Barry and Joni Butzo. Roymus Chirinos was the rider, and Roymus looks to go back-to-back in this race with Ready to Run Away, who is 2.5 to 1. Clickbait 9 to 5. Grand prize goes in. That is the selection of our analyst Brian Aragoni. Not here this evening after he and his partner Jessica had twins yesterday. We say hello to BA, watching the Canterbury action via YouTube, which is available every day in high definition. Rush hour traffic and rental pool. The Philly rental pool last in line. Ready to go. And they're racing in the Minnesota Distaff. Ready to Run Away got a jump on the field at 2 to 1. And Ready to Run Away, who loves wet tracks, grabs the lead around the first turn. Ready to Run Away from the defending champion First Mate, very close. And outside of that, there goes Rush Hour Traffic flying to the outside of Ready to Run Away. And Rush Hour Traffic and Ruben Fuentes, they take the lead with 3/4 of a mile to go. Rental Pool 5 lengths out of it to the outside of the defending champ, and said Quartet 6 lengths clear from the 6. Clickbait, the even money favorite Clickbait, now 10 lengths from the lead, and about 2.5 clear from Long Shot 2B Royal. That one is a length and a half clear from Double B Sting, and the one back in last is Diva Tequila, who's far out of it. Into the far turn they go. It's Rush Hour Traffic, handheld, leading it by 2.5. Ready to Run Away, cutting into the margin and doing so very coyly. Here comes Ready to Run Away and Roymus Chirinos. He just took a peek back and he sees stablemate Clickbait on the move, and Clickbait's making a very, very sharp move, and Ready to Run Away disposes of Rush Hour Traffic and takes the lead from Clickbait. After that, it is Grand Prize to the inside of First Mate. The defending champion has to give a lot more, and here they come roaring down the Canterbury Park stretch, and on the inside it's Ready to Run Away. Clickbait trying to get by the stablemate, but when it comes up wet, this girl is slippery. She's Ready to Run Away, the Minnesota Distaff champion. Five for 7 on wet tracks. Ready to Run Away first. 2, 6, 10, 8. In the Minnesota Distaff, 136.84, the final time. And the Minnesota Distaff is official. Two, 6, 10, 8. Chirinos goes back-to-back in stakes races. Well done, young man. Super effective, $5 and change, 4-2 double. Make that the pick 3, $9.35. That exacta $5.30. The trifecta, $9 and change. Superfecta, 5 and change, double, $8.60. Race number 8, right out here at the park, off the turf, distance okay. Scratch numbers 3, No Mo Hooch. 4, Demigod. 9, Master Guns. And 10, Riding the Train. Race number 8, about 22 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back to the winner's circle our Vice President of Racing, Mr. Andrew Offerman. Andy has the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Minnesota Distaff. Welcome back, Andrew. Ladies and gentlemen, racing at Canterbury is sponsored in part by the Minnesota Lottery, also Loeffler, Pepsi, and Peterson Companies. Into the winner's circle, it is Ready to Run Away. Back-to-back stakes wins for Roymus Chirinos. Likewise for owner John Mentz and trainer Mac Robertson. This talented Ready to Run Away is a 5-year-old brown mare by First Dude out of the More Than Ready mare, Ready to Rip. Ready to Run Away was bred in Minnesota by Wildcat Ranch. It's Hall of Fame Day at Canterbury, and Hall of Fame trainer Mac Robertson is in the winner's circle with Angela.
I do have Mac Robertson, the trainer of back-to-back winners on Hall of Fame Day, and Ready to Run Away adds just another one to her resume. She started off the year at Oaklawn Park, not quite in the same fashion as we had seen her previously, but she certainly picked up her stride up here.
You know, she's run hard for a long time, and you know, Oaklawn got a little tougher. Maybe she lost a half a step, but it seems like her confidence is building now, and I think she'll run good till the end of the meet.
Well, yeah, it's hard to pick out spots for her, but you've picked them masterfully over the years, including when you claimed her. Now, did you think that she would be this sort of horse, maybe going long? Did you think she'd sprint? I mean, she really does it all, but is this her forte?
You know, we just got a little lucky. We won a shake, and, you know, I didn't really like her, but Mentz liked her that night, and he's been a good client for me, so we got a little lucky.
Very honest. She has panned out wonderfully. Congratulations to you both, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of you before the end of the season, probably with Ready to Run Away. Nice job.
Thank you, thank you.
Mac Robertson, trainer of both Cinco Star and Ready to Run Away, back-to-back winners on Hall of Fame night.
racing in the Minnesota Distaff. Ready to Runaway got a jump on the field at 2-1, and Ready to Runaway, who loves wet tracks, grabs the lead around the first turn. Ready to Runaway from the defending champion First Mate, very close. And outside of that, there goes Rush Hour Traffic flying to the outside of Ready to Runaway, and Rush Hour Traffic and Ruben Fuentes, they take the lead with 3/4 of a mile to go. Rental Pool 5 lengths out of it to the outside of the defending champ, and Said Quartet 6 lengths clear from the 6. Clickbait, the even money favorite, Clickbait, now 10 lengths from the lead, and about 2.5 clear from Long Shot 2B Royal. That one is a length and a half clear from Double B Sting, and the one back in last is Diva Tequila, who's far out of it. Into the far turn they go. It's Rush Hour Traffic, handheld, leading it by 2.5. Ready to Runaway, cutting into the margin and doing so very coyly. Here comes Ready to Runaway and Roy Chirinos. He just took a peek back and he sees stablemate Clickbait on the move, and Clickbait's making a very, very sharp move, and Ready to Runaway disposes of Rush Hour Traffic and takes the lead from Clickbait. After that, it is Grand Prize to the inside of First Mate. The defending champion has to give a lot more, and here they come roaring down the Canterbury Park stretch, and on the inside it's Ready to Runaway. Clickbait trying to get by the stablemate, but when it comes up wet, this girl is slippery. She's Ready to Runaway, the Minnesota Distaff champion. We are in the paddock for the 8th race. What a wonderful day at Canterbury, Hall of Fame Day here at Canterbury Park. And congratulations to everybody heading into the Hall of Fame Saturday night. Yours truly has the pleasure of putting AP is Loose into the Hall of Fame for the Zamzow family. Very much looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to this, the 8th race, which is off the turf. Main track still muddy, and here they are. If you're alive, closing a pick 5 or pick 6, best of luck to you. Some decent payoffs in there, despite a bunch of short-priced horses winning. That Lindy Wade Dio piece to start the pick 5 is definitely has been the separator. And we have a heavy favorite in here we'll get to momentarily. But first, number 1, Cinta Rosa Ranch. Thumbs up, gang, with Chad Lindsay. This one has raced exclusively on the turf 9 consecutive times. One start on a wet track, did not hit the board. And anytime Miguel Angel Silva sends one out, no matter the price, you know the horse will be well meant. Number 2, I'm a Special Star. This is Bob Klein with Kelsey Haar riding. And I'm a Special Star was claimed in Hot Springs. Came back and stepped up to 20,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime, then arrived at Canterbury on a class drop, showed good speed. And Speed has been doing quite well on the track today. It's been kind of a fair track, despite it being wet. The horses winning, showing that speed, have just been generally more talented than the rest. But I'm a Special Star, certainly not without a chance in this one. Then we get to number 5, Kierkegaard. I really, really like this horse on a wet turf where Kierkegaard was 1 for 1. Now we go to the wet main track. Trainer Matt Williams does not start many at Canterbury, but always has done well from a percentage standpoint. And Kierkegaard, I think, is going to get a really good trip, and also is fairly priced right now. Kierkegaard, holy cow, 12 to 1. Rusty Cage for the Litfin Group. This one raced against $16,000 claimers last time on a sloppy main track, and Rusty Cage is blessed with really good early speed, which certainly will be beneficial if there's not a lot of pace in the race. Number 7 is Deuce. Deuce heads out to the track, and Deuce is ridden by Lindy Wade for Robertino Diodoro. They're looking to bookend this pick 5, and Deuce took a lot of wagering action very early in the equation, and still is 1 to 5. Was 1 to 9 for quite some time, and Deuce races for the second time at Canterbury, having come here from Santa Anita. Another one with pretty good early speed, ran a good second last time. Outer Banks is number 8, 1 of 2 in the race for Miguel Angel Silva, and this one joins us from Texas. Good luck if you're alive in the pick 5 or pick 6. Race number 8's coming up shortly.
The runners are on track for our final thoroughbred race of the evening. Race 8 will take off in 5 minutes. This one's been moved to the main track, but the distance is still 5 furlongs. Scratch the 3, No Mo Hooch. Scratch the 4, Demigod. The 9, Master Guns. And the 10, Riding the Train. Leaves us with all of our normal betting options, though. Win, Play, Show, Exactas, Tries, 10-cent supers, dollar doubles, and 50-cent pick threes. Your 1 to 5 favorite is Deuce in the 8th race, which is sponsored by Apple Autos. They'll be at the gate now in 4 minutes. We still got 4 quarter horse races coming up, including a stake. Stick around, there's still lots to come.
The 8th race in a couple of minutes. We have a Becky at Canterbury Park, and from all your friends at Talent, they will miss you, and they thank you for taking care of them. And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 8th, 5/8 on a muddy main track. CBY HOF DAY. Deuce opened at 1-9 and is held steady at 1-5 every click of the way. Here comes the Ballyhooed Deuce. Outer Banks to the outer gate. Racing. Deuce jumped out sweetly to close the pick 5 and pick 6, but now has been usurped. And Rusty Cage shows elite early speed. Rusty Cage on this wet going has grabbed the lead, and Deuce being shoved on a bit to keep up with the speed right there to the inside of Outer Banks. After that, it is Kierkegaard 6 lengths from the lead and losing ground. I'm a Special Star 8 lengths from the lead, and the one in last is Santa Rosa Ranch. They come to the top of the stretch chasing Rusty. It is Rusty Cage still leading it clearly. Deuce, the 1-2 favorite, pinned to the inside. That's the one with the white blinkers. Leading rider shaking up Deuce, and Outer Banks is to the outside. Kierkegaard behind them, and they're chasing Rusty Cage. And Rusty Cage is not turning back at this stage. Rusty Cage from Deuce, and Rusty Cage goes gate to wire. Rusty Cage took it to the Ballyhooed Deuce and won clearly. 57.90 on the muddy main. Tight photo for second. Please hold all tickets. Six, 8, 7, 5. Eighth race official. The pick 4 paid $43.20. The pick 5, $325.55, 5 of 5. And the pick 6, 6 of 6, $1,718. Impressive performance in the Beluga Bull Purse. The winner is Rusty Cage and Alfredo Juarez Jr. Rusty Cage is owned by Paul Cray. And the winning trainer, Nevada Litfin. Rusty Cage. Ladies and gentlemen, the Canterbury Concert Series is happening Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays, August and September. Some of the bands include Daughtry, Old Crow Medicine Show, En Vogue, and more. Go to CanterburyPark.com and purchase your tickets for the Canterbury Concert Series. Racing in part is provided by Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Deuce jumped out sweetly to close the pick 5 and pick 6, but now has been usurped. And Rusty Cage shows elite early speed. Rusty Cage on this wet going has grabbed the lead, and Deuce being shoved on a bit to keep up with the speed right there to the inside of Outer Banks. After that, it is Kierkegaard, 6 lengths from the lead and losing ground. I'm a Special Star, 8 lengths from the lead, and the one in last is Cinta Rosa Ranch. They come to the top of the stretch, chasing Rusty. It is Rusty Cage still leading it clearly. Deuce, the 1-2 favorite, pinned to the inside. That's the one with the white blinkers. Leading rider shaking up Deuce, and Outer Banks is to the outside. Kierkegaard behind them, and they're chasing Rusty Cage. And Rusty Cage is not turning back at this stage. Rusty Cage from Deuce, and Rusty Cage goes gate to wire. And it's cue time for the final three. Make that the final four at Canterbury, races 9, 10, 11, and 12. The inaugural running of the North Star Derby is next race. But first, these maidens, Grandma Annie, right here at 9 to 1. This is trained by Jerry Livingston. And Grandma Annie is starting for a third time off a layoff and faded last time. Number 2 is Cowboy Alex, picked up by Edwin Escobedo. Cowboy Alex trained by Mark Wilson, who had a big win last night. It was a triple play, owning, breeding, and training. And Cowboy Alex is making his 2021 debut and is 20 to 1. Liquors Quicker for Tyler Stein and El Salvador Martinez. This is another long shot on a day where the majority of the winners have been short-priced. Liquors Quicker made the Canterbury debut for 2021 last time and bore out at the start. So basically was eliminated at 12 to 1. Before that, raced at Remington, and those Remington shippers, when they come to Canterbury, they do quite well. You can draw a line through the race for number 3 last time. We'll see what happens here. Carl's Dirt Surfing debuted at 13 to 1 and went 250. Now we stretch out significantly in this race as they go 400 yards. Carl's Dirt Surfing, trained by Randy Widener. David Pinon has the call, and this one is 15 to 1. Pappy Boyington, another one trained by Jerry Livingston, very accomplished quarter horse trainer throughout the days at Canterbury Park. Pappy Boyington starts for the 4th time this season and has been getting close, but it's the close but proverbial no cigar. In watching back the last race with the shady start, bobbled at the start, Pappy Boyington from the 3 spot I thought ran really well last time, and Kelsey can handle quarter horses very well. Wouldn't be surprised if this one won. Streakin' Bandito. Dale Haglin looking for the triple play here. Dale's been with us for many, many years. He owns, trains, and breds Streakin' Bandito. And this one is 17 to 1, very generously priced. 20 to 1 last time in the 2021 debut. Lost by 2 and change, but it definitely has a right to improve. Then we get to Unafraid of AJ. This one is 27 to 1. Betty Joe Williams astride for Ralph Haglin. Number 8 is Game Gone West. Game Gone West is prohibitively favored at even money. L.A. Valenzuela rides quarter horses and thoroughbreds. He won a quarter horse stake recently. And a Game Gone West was very, very game last time, losing by a head and racing on the inside. Eccleberry Road last time. Now it's LAV for Oscar Flores and a prominent thoroughbred owner, Danny Caldwell, here in the quarter horse ranks with a quarter horse claim in May of this year at Remington Park. Danny Caldwell, watching the Canterbury Signal all the time. Best of luck to him with this even money shot Game Gone West. Find a rider. Nick Goodwin, super accomplished quarter horse rider. Mark Wilson looking for a triple play, back-to-back days. That's my selection. And Catch the Drama's Catching Action. This one is 3 to 1. Frank McKinley and Ray Hernandez. Louis Ray Hernandez hook up on this one. 3rd off a layoff and showed dramatic improvement last time. Gets that advantageous outside spot. 2.5 to 1 makes sense. Race number 9 begins the final pick 4 today at Canterbury. Good luck.
Here comes the first field of 4 quarter horses to close out Wednesday's Hall of Fame card. We got a Derby up next, but for now, we will take the field for race number 9. These ones in search of their maiden win. It's 8 minutes away, and we have a 6-5 favorite in Game Gone West. Win, place, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, 50-cent pick 3s also available in addition to that late pick 4. We got a little ticket put together for this final pick 4 of the evening. We'll go over it in just a moment. With 4 quarter horse races left on our card, it's only fitting that we have a pick 4 to encompass them all. We've got the North Star Derby coming up next too, but for now we'll start with the maidens and a heavy favorite that looks very tough to beat in this one. You got 6-5 most recently on Game Gone West, and that's probably around the neighborhood that he'll stay. I would expect around even money for Game Gone West when all is said and done. He's going to make his 9th start, but a lot of these have been against a little bit different company, either stakes company, trial company, or open company down at Remington Park. That's where they claimed him 2 starts ago. And last time, if he duplicates that race behind Furiosity, which is the same race that many of these exit, he should probably be able to get over the hump today as far as maiden running goes. Find a Rider was one of 2 trained by Mark Wilson in this spot. The other one, by the way, ridden by Edwin Escobedo. That's the 2 Cowboy Alex. That's the jockey change in here. Nick Goodwin rides the other one, and he does use Nick Goodwin just a tad more. He was about a length behind the winner Furiosity last time in that common race mentioned, but they shouldn't be this far apart on the board. One is even money. Find a Rider is 12-1, and Nick Goodwin has already pulled his share of upsets in this quarter horse season. I would definitely keep him on the ticket if you can get 10 or 11-1 on him. I went 2-3-5 in the Derby. That one's going to be a little bit more contentious for me. Just Rocket Man is the one that ends up on top for me. But Western Reserve has run races that would win this, just not lately. She's only run once this year, and I believe she was scratched in a spot earlier this year, but they'll take the blinkers off her. And I know that this one has the ability to get things together. It's just a matter of whether the second start of the year is going to be the time for her. 2, 3, and 5 for me in that spot, and we narrowed it down for the last couple of races of the day. Race 11, I went with just 2. Just 1 lane, and Feature's Finest Kind. Feature's Finest Kind is good at this distance. She comes out of a much tougher race. That was a very contentious one. Linder 16 has won a lot of money, and this one just ran into a really nice animal at the wrong time. She didn't really get going either. She was last the whole way. This is a much more realistic spot for Feature's Finest Kind. Just 1 lane comes out of a similar race too. Apolitical Mogul, another really nice horse to run into. Some of those lines can be forgiven if you run into horses like that, so I'm going to forgive them and give them both another try in this spot. In the last, Cute Little Candy Girl is the single. She's going to be a single on a lot of tickets, and she makes sense off her last performance up here. That was last year on June 17th. She opened up with all of the money that day. She ran a pretty good 3rd, And cute little Candy Girl got stuck in a line of about 6 at the end last time when she ran at Prairie Meadows. That was a Derby trial that came back pretty live. I mean, they all were pretty close together at the end of it. She wasn't beaten by that much, even though it shows she was 6th on paper. She ran a pretty good race, and she was on the far outside. She'll be on the outside again today, but it certainly looks like the right sort of field if she wants to break her maiden. I think cute little Candy Girl is probably not going to be anywhere close to 2-1, but I think she's definitely the one to beat in the last. Not very expensive, $6 if you want to go about this pick 4 my way. If you would like to put together your own ticket, you have 3 minutes to do so, and then they'll be at the gate to start the quarters for the night. We've got 4 of them coming up, and this one will go in 3.
And they have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 9th race. Beginning the final pick 4, CBY-HOFDAY. Game Gone West in LAV favored. One has gotten loose. That is number 4, Carl's Dirt Surfin', running clockwise. Outriders in pursuit. Ladies and gentlemen, number 4, Carl's Dirt Surfin', has been scratched. Scratch number 4, Carl's Dirt Surfin'. Refunds available for Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers. Consolation double paid from the winner of race number 8. Refunds for doubles beginning in race 9. Pick 3 wagering, including the 4, heads to the starting favorite. Likewise for that pick 4 that begins shortly, unless you change your wagers. Number 4, Carl's Dirt Surfin', late scratch. Alrighty, back in they go. 400 yards the distance, the same distance as the North Star State Derby, which is the next race. Pappy Boyington and Kelsey Haar. The favored Game Gone West has gone in. Now Find a Rider and Catch the Drama. One out. Here they come. And there they go. Game Gone West came off okay. Likewise for Find a Rider. Then on the inside, Cowboy Alex. In between them, Pappy Boyington right in the thick of it. Inside is Grandma Annie. Game Gone West. Pappy Boyington. Outside of that, Find a Rider. Tight photo. Looks like the 8 at 4 to 5, but it's so tight. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 8. Game Gone West on a Rocky Mountain High. The 9th race is official. Into the winner's enclosure, it is Game Gone West and Luis Valenzuela. The winning owners are Allison Caldwell and Danny Caldwell. The winning trainer, noted quarter horse trainer, Oscar Flores. The 10th race is the inaugural North Star State Derby. 6 battle, 20 minutes from now. Then did he go. Game Gone West came off okay. Likewise for Find a Rider. Then on the inside, Cowboy Alex. In between them, Pappy Boyington right in the thick of it. Inside is Grandma Annie. Game Gone West, Pappy Boyington. Outside of that, Find a Rider. Tight photo. Looks like the 8 at 4 to 5. But Well, this begins the final pick 3 on CBY HOF Day, and it is the inaugural running of the North Star State Derby. Just chatting with our vice president of racing, Andrew Offerman, and the goal here with the inaugural North Star State Derby is to have this race become so prominent, horses like the Refrigerator eventually run in it. And we'll see what happens here in the first running. And we begin with number 1, Futurosity. This race goes at 400 yards, which is key because for Futurosity, this is the first try at 400 yards. And Futurosity, just a picture of beauty right now for Team Hibshaw, is going the distance for the first time. Number 2 is Western Reserve. Same thing here for number 2, Western Reserve, trained by Ed Ross Hardy. Bob and Julie Peterson from Cokato, they bred this horse, and they also own Western Reserve, who ran in the Minnesota Futurity last year. And for $70K, barely missed. So we have a stakes race pedigree here, and also second start off a layoff. Expect this one to improve, Western Reserve. Number 3, Jess Rocketman. This one has experience at the distance, which I think will be key, hanging a 19.522, going 400 yards, and doing so at Remington Park, a very, very accomplished quarter horse circuit. Jess Rocketman has done some damage all over the place, trained by Jason Olmstead, the most dominant quarter horse trainer in the history of this racetrack. Edwin Escobedo gets the call on Jess Rocketman as they head out. Number 4 is Living in the Past. Brian Velazquez trains this one, another one with experience at the distance. Also 3 starts over this track. And Living in the Past just ran on a wet track, so has experience with that too. Corona White Sox always has been very interesting, 6-1. Dan Chersvik owns this one and also bred Corona White Sox. And the mom, Holy White Sox, was a fast thoroughbred. Corona White Sox, all legged up for this race, won that Minnesota Futurity last year and did so on a sloppy track. Change in Gears tries the distance for the first time, one of 2 Olmsteads in the race. And L.A. Valenzuela rides Change in Gears, who's just very, very consistent. Second, first, third, first, and third for Paul Ludeman and Summer Run Inc. That's the lineup for the inaugural North Star State Derby. Be on the track shortly. Accomplished pianist, the great Liberace, brings the horses onto the track for the 10th, the inaugural North Star State Derby. There they are. Number 1 is Furiosity, ridden by Berkeley Packer. R.A. Hibshaw trains, and the owner is Steve Pribble. Number 2 is Western Reserve. El Salvador Martinez astride for Ed Ross Hardy. Bob and Julie Peterson own Western Reserve. Number 3, and the even money favorite, Jess, Rocket Man, and Edwin Escobedo for trainer Jason Olmstead and Lunderborg Limited Liability Corporation. Next, Living in the Past. Brian Velasquez trains, David Pinon rides, and the owner, Ken Quaid. Number 5 is Corona White Sox and Nick Goodwin, trainer Patrick Swan, owner Dan Jersvik. Number 6, Changing Gears and LAV, Luis Valenzuela. This one also is trained by Jason Olmstead and owned by Paul Ludeman's Summer Run, Inc. 6-pack for the inaugural North Star State Derby. Be to the gate soon. It's post time for the inaugural North Star State Derby. Ladies and gentlemen, or lady and gentlemen, we would like to welcome Miss Amber Carlisle to the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation for the inaugural North Star State Derby. Jess Rocketman, 4-5. Chersvik's horse begins to act up a lot. Ooh. We have tumult. We have more tumult.
We got a rider off.
We have a rider off.
Rider off, guys. Still off, boss. Still off. All right, we're tied.
One out. Changing gears. Last in line. Jess Rocketman, 4-5. Six-pack North Star State Derby. They go 400, and here they are. They're racing, and they all came out splendidly, including Jess Rocketman, that hot favorite in the center. Got a one-length jump on the field. Then it is Furiosity. Western Reserve outside, changing gears and living in the past, chasing in vain because Jess Rocketman crushed. Number 3, Jess Rocketman, first. 19.77, the fastest running in the history of the North Star State Derby. $3,641 is in the books. Superfecta, $22 for a dime. Chalk on top, pretty good. 8-3 double, $2.80. Pick 3, $17 and a nickel. That exacta, $3.50. And the trifecta, chalk, all, evens, 15 and change. The 11th is the penultimate. No scratches. Main track still muddy. And they'll be to the gate about 20 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park's quarter horse racing secretary, the talented Miss Amber Carlisle, is in the winner's circle, and Miss Carlisle is making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the inaugural North Star State Derby. We thank Miss Carlisle for her efforts in the trophy presentation. Miss Carlisle is now joined by Jess Rocketman and our leading quarter horse rider, Edwin Escobedo. Leading quarter horse trainer, Jason Olmstead, and the owners, Bruce Lunderborg and Lunderborg LLC. They also bred Jess Rocketman in Minnesota. And the winner is a 3-year-old brown son of apolitical Jess from the PYC Paint Your Wagon mare, Paint or More. Jess Rocketman prevails. The unsaddling of the North Star State Derby champion is taking place. Eyes casting their gaze the way of this very, very talented 3-year-old. And now Escobedo heads to the center of the circle. And now the trophy presentation from Miss Carlisle. It is finished. Let's head down to the winner's circle for a post-race interview after the inaugural North Star State Derby. And here's Angela.
You do see the name Lunderborg in this winner's circle quite a bit in the quarter horse ranks, and congratulations to you both for the victory with Just Rocketman. He really steps up his game when he comes back to Minnesota. It's a winning legacy for this one, too. Tell us more about the family.
Oh, he's a full brother to Dickie Bob and Bite My Dust, so hopefully he does just as good as they did.
Were you worried? Oh.
He's coming along.
Yes, he definitely is coming along. Were you worried about an off track at all, or is these are the kinds that can just kind of do it all? They bring their class with them. They don't need to bring a surface.
I didn't.
Did you worry about a wet track at all?
Oh, no, not really. No, they're used to being out in the mud.
Well, he handled it like a pro. You guys are always welcome in here. I mean, well, not welcome. You're always, congratulations. I don't know how else to put it. Thank you, and we hope to see you again in here soon. I'm sure we will if he keeps running like that.
Hopefully.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
And here they are. Racing, and they all came out splendidly, including Jess Rocketman, that hot favorite in the center, got a 1-length jump on the field. Then it is Furiosity, Western Reserve outside changing gears and living in the past, chasing in vain because Jess Rocketman crushed.
Just what you wanted, more of me. You're always welcome, I guess. I'm always welcome in the paddock, and here we are for two more quarter horse races, the first of which is the 11th. This one is an optional claimer, and they go 330 yards in here. No changes to speak of. And we got a field of 8. Right now, your favorite is 9-5 in the 2-hole. That's Apolitical Stunner, but we'll start on the inside with He's a Terror. He's a Terror just ran a close second to Relentless Sace, the horse who might end up being favored on the outside. She's currently 3-1. He's currently 3-1. He's a Terror came off a win prior to that at Remington Park. That was 350, so they go right in the middle of those two distances, although at 250 it looked like Relentless Sace might have got the measure of him. Escobedo gets on seeking to get 2 in a row for the Olmsted Barn. He's a Terror currently on the board at 7-2. Apolitical Stunner made his seasonal debut last time down at Prairie Meadows. That was a 5th place finish. He was kind of in amongst horses towards the inside of the field. He came on a little bit at the end. He had to switch paths, but Apolitical Stunner should be able to build onto that one. And right now you are getting 2-1, but I would expect that price to go up. Making a very nice impression in the paddock is Apolitical Stunner. Hope Wagon, number 3, 2 for 25 lifetime, lots of underneath pieces. This horse is usually good to get into some sort of the play. 12-1 is a good price. Oat Wagon usually goes off a little bit lower than that. You saw a couple of beaten favorite efforts last year, but they were both very close to feats. This horse always runs his race at Canterbury. You can see that with the record, 10 of 18 on the board. 2 of them wins, but this horse probably will come down on the board as they get closer to the gate. FTD Texas T, number 4, and Berkeley Packer will team up today. Last time, she ran kind of an even third. She was on the outside, going a muddy 250. She didn't really make up a lot of ground. She didn't lose a ton of ground, so maybe a little bit of extra yardage is what the doctor ordered. And this has been a successful distance in the past for this one. One of those 2 lifetime wins picked up at 330, but I did opt against FDD Texas T in here, instead using her underneath. Just One Lane is the one that I settled in on top. 11-1 is going to be your choice of mine and Paul Allen's. Just One Lane is steady. I mean, he takes a little while to get going, but this one did manage to pick up a better than it looks 6th last time behind Apolitical Mogul. He has won a couple of times here in the past, obviously one of his favorite tracks. And we got a little bit of activity coming from Apolitical Stunner, but we'll move on to Mason Rager. This is a Colorado, or Oklahoma bred who has done most of his running in Colorado, comes off an 8th place finish at this level behind Apolitical Mogul. Has some ground to make up on Just One Lane, but the price shows that at 31-1. Features Finest Kind comes out of a stake race. This is a very nice one, too. Linder 16 is a name that you see a lot in the win line of things. 9-1 is what you're going to get on Features Finest Kind, who is far behind her, but this is a little bit more realistic spot that lines up more with some of her past races. Features Finest Kind ran an allowance and optional claimers prior to that at Will Rogers, Fair Meadows, Tulsa, and Prairie Meadows, and she did pretty well. Features Finest Kind is a good fit in this group, as is Relentless Sace, the outside runner, who comes off his second lifetime win, looking to put them back to back, and you're getting a very fair 7-2 on the outside Olmsted runner, who just defeated the inside He's a Terror. Pretty evenly matched group outside of 6-5 Apolitical Stunner, all the money going that way. And right now you got 8 minutes to bet race number 11 and the final double of our Wednesday card.
Thanks, Lynn. Horses on the track for race 11. The equine athletes go in 6 minutes. No scratches, no changes. Once again, 6 minutes to post.
Two back. One out. Relentless Sace into gate Ocho. 8 in the gate, race number 11. And there you go. Tight beginning for Hope Wagon, great beginning for He's a Terror. Then we come to FDD Texas T. And on the outside, Relentless Sace is surging. Bookenders photo. Number 8, Relentless Sace, ran first. Tight photo for second in the Carlisle. Stand by. In the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure, Relentless Sace and LAV, Luis Valenzuela. 2 in a row for Relentless Sace. The old South Dakota bred is trained by Jason Olmstead, and the owners, Tom and Bill Maher. Might have some dead heat consternation up here. Stand by. Dead heat for third. 8-1 for that exacta. The try goes 8-1-4, 8-1-7. Superfecta 8-1-4-7, 8-1-7-4. And the penultimate is cashable. The 12th is the final CBYHOFDAY. Anthropology is written by L.A. Valenzuela. minute to go. Tight beginning for Hope Wagon. Great beginning for He's a Terror. Then we come to FDD Texas T. And on the outside, Relentless Sace is surging. Bookenders photo.
We're 11 minutes away now from race number 12. And you have a heavy 4-5 favorite on the outside in the form of Cute Little Candy Girl. Cute Little Candy Girl was my top choice in here. Jeff Madej, second choice, coming off a 6th place, but a close 6th place in a Derby trial down at Prairie Meadows. Cute Little Candy Girl got stuck out wide that day. She is in the outside post again, but that might be a good place to be tonight, as we saw with Relentless Ace and Cute Little Candy Girl drawing the same sort of position. 4-5 is what you get on her. Paul Allen's top selection at the other end of the gate, much more appealing price at 24-1. But the other horse taking a lot of action in here is the choice of Jeff Madej, that being the 2 Flirt with a Hottie. She hasn't run since last August at Arapahoe, but she ran into a very nice one twice in a row named Legends on Fire. Can't really hold that against her. That was stakes sort of competition. She is a Colorado bred, though, thinking maybe that she had her sights set on somewhere ahead of Canterbury, so I took it 7, 5, and 2. And that's the way that we will close out Hall of Fame Day. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We've got 10 minutes left to bet it. If you want to head through the card club afterwards, we've got some big jackpots going on at all of the table games right now. Go take a look through there. It's warm, it's dry, and it's open all night. Good luck in the last.
The equine athletes are on the track for race 12, final race of the day. In race 12, make the rider of number 5, Anthropology, Luis A. Valenzuela, LAV on the 5, 8 minutes.
Into the starting gate for the 12th and final race today. Corazon de Capo in I'm Miss Exposition. Right next to Flirt with a Hottie. And Cute Little Candy Girl. Last in line next to Wit KO. They're racing and they've broken a line. And Wit KO came off okay, so did I Am Miss Exposition. Inside of that is Flirt with a Hottie. Then on the outside, Cute Little Candy Girl. Flirt with a Hottie. I Am Miss Exposition. The Hottie might have gotten it. Photo finish. Result of the photo shows the Hottie finished first. Flirt with a Hottie. 2-3-7-6. Race 12 is official. 50-cent trifecta, 75-65. Hottie all odds. Superfecta, 164. Holy cow. Dub, $9.90. Pick 3, $10.35. The Ballyhooed Pick 4, $22.15. Exacta, $73. Hottie on top. Now entering the winner's enclosure, after a sterling victory in the Here Comes the Bully Purse. It is Flirt with a Hottie and Kelsey Haar. Gene Chavers is the winning owner and the winning trainer, Howie Chavers Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. HOF, CBY, DAY, OMG. If you're leaving Canterbury, please drive safely. They're racing, and they've broken a line. And Wit KO came off okay. So did I Am Miss Exposition. Inside of that is Flirt with a Hottie. Then on the outside, Cute Little Candy Girl. Flirt with a Hottie. I Am Miss Exposition. The Hottie.